August 15th at the earliest. So just relax for a bit is all. It's going to be fine. What do you have, 2 or 3 kids? Do you have kids? Am I right about that?
I've just got one.
Okay. Nobody's lurking under the bed or behind the couch cushions or anything you've forgotten about. Any stepkids? The reason I ask is because I'm getting. Go ahead.
I kind of live with my ex, and he has 2 kids, but both of them are grown. So, like, all 3 of them are grown.
They're still kids. I mean, we're all still kids inside. But that's what I was getting. Those to me, those are stepkids, and I'm counting that as a win. Oh, you got a good kid. I like your kid. Yeah, that's about what I'm getting. I'm sorry, but living with your ex is stressful. I think that's part of what's contributing to this.
It really is. It's absolutely me, because I've seen once or twice before, and you're really, really awesome. It's definitely me because of everything that's going on.
Oh, thank you. I'm not that off. But thank you for saying that. I'm getting. I'm just gonna be a little sassy here because my mom was a Jersey girl. So I inherited sass. The reason I got 2 or 3 kids, because if he has 2 kids, that for me, my guides are like, those count as step kids, but I like your kid is awesome. Nothing against those kids, they're fun too. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate that. Let's see, what else can I tell you? And oh God, once you're out of there, things. Oh, honey. Oh, as soon as you the ex-husband thing, I was wondering where that pressure in my chest and shoulders was coming from. What I would like you to do is remember to breathe occasionally, because you're living with so much unconscious stress that you're breathing shallowly. I don't mean shallowly like in that you're acting like a Kardashian. I mean shallowly like you want to stop and take the occasional deep breath. And also for you, nature girl, because nature is very healing for you. I want you to get up and go for some sort of nature walk in the morning.
100%. I love nature.
You are nature girl.
That's all I
really
want to be in nature.
I am hotel girl. It's a New York City thing, but you really are nature girl. I mean, even for a tourist.
You definitely got me, though.
Thanks. Yeah, well, it's fun to get you. You got great energy. Really fun. Also, the job situation is going to work out. Thank God.
Thank God. Please.
Yeah. Did you work in?
I know it. I think so. I know it will, but I just keep trying.
I think the thing is that you have such high standards for yourself. Bless you. Bless you for having high standards. It's so rare.
I am kind of too hard on myself.
I
do that. I want to do certain things.
I'm getting that. Yeah. Takes one to know one. I like wake up in the morning and hit myself over the head with a hammer just at the same time. Not really, but you are very hard on yourself, which I recognize. Have you worked in a medically related field? Because you would be really good working.
Well, kind of. It's like veterinarian and animals. Like I just help the vets every once in a while, or I save animals, and I do healing with animals.
I love you. And my parakeets love you too. That's what. Yeah, you have a healing vibe. So if you want to look for a job like in a vet's office or as a vet tech, or you'd be so good at that. You really can heal animals. Like that could be your side job. You could also be, and I'm not saying, this takes a lot for me to say because until I met a real one, I was always like animal psychics. Yeah, that's an easy gig. Just make it up. Until I met an actual real animal psychic who's really that you can do that. Like you can tell me what
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, you get them. I mean, I'm not kidding. You get them. You could tell me what my parakeets are thinking, which is mostly, hey, where's the rest of that apple buster? But yeah, no, you get animals. So I would, if you're not working right now, or if you're not happy where you're working, Go be happy. Go work with animals and do the world a favor. We need you. We need you doing that. I hope you move somewhere near me because you're fun. um, I said that's
Yeah.
about all I got. That's about all I got for you. How much time do we have left, Dave? Should I say with our lovely 4.5 minutes? Kim, you're still my girl. Ask me something else. 3.5 minutes.
Like,
Have you ever
can you pick up anything on my ex?
That's okay.
Like how
We've got another caller. I don't want to push. I don't want to pressure you. It's okay. Just because I just wanted to tell you that I wanted to reflect back to you that things are going to get better. They're going to get better, and they're going to get better soon. Get through the next 2 weeks. Nothing bad's going to happen. Not good, but nothing bad's going to happen for the next 2 weeks. But I want you to take care of you. Also, you're dehydrated, girl. Drink more water. Considering you're near the ocean, well, you can't drink the ocean. You know what I mean. Drink more water. Get a little more exercise. You're taking care of everybody but you. And you know that thing about like on the airplane when they're like, put the mask on yourself first so you can save everybody else around you. I'm scared of flying, so by the time they're like, put the mask on, I'm like, I'm under the seat screaming. But for people who don't do that, put the mask on yourself first because you're taking care of everybody else. Yeah, please do, because you're really fun. Also, I think the place you're going to, aside from, I genuinely think it's going to have a koi pond. I think you can do a little gardening there. I think there'll be a little patch in the back that they'll let you mess with. I don't know if that's.
Oh, I love doing that.
Huh?
I would love to do that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're a gardener too. Could you come
I got a
fix
green
my
thumb.
roses?
Yep.
Yes, you do. Yeah, you do. That's another tourist thing. I didn't turn into a really good gardener until my mom, who was ambassador gardener, passed, and then started sending all of her energy to her garden, now my garden. So I could go out and pour rocks on the roses. I could do anything to that garden. And from the other side, she's like, "I got this." So they're, but you are natural. You're a nature girl. I love it. So how does it feel to be actually seen for? How does that feel to be actually seen? Because I feel like nobody in your vicinity is actually seeing you or hearing you right now. Is that correct?
That's true.
Yeah. So I see you, and you're awesome. You really are. You get the best people on the show.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my love. So go be awesome, and let me know what happens. Everybody, and you, Kim, too, in case you want to stay in touch, I'm on Facebook under, unsurprisingly, Perry Lyons. And I also have a new website address, which we're going to fix by next week. It's just Perry Lyons, P as in pneumonia, A1R Iperi, like periwinkle, Lyons, Lyons, Lyons like the but with the Y. So perrylyons.com. It's that easy. And let me know how you're doing. And Kim, let me know how you're doing, because I care, and also I'm nosy. And I love you guys. I just really do. And that color looks great on you. So here's what I'd like you to do this week. I would like you to take care of yourself. I would like you to, once a day, I would like you to ask, this is the question I ask myself when I get unhappy at a moment. I say, what would the happiest woman in the world do at this moment? And then I do that. Adjust pronouns or gender accordingly. What would the happiest man in the world do right now? Anyway, see you next week, 9 p.m. Love you guys. Mwah. I'm Perry Lyons, Moonstruck TV. Take care.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Okay, hello, hi. I'm Eleanor Grace. I'm here with you for today's show, which is our Psychic Destiny show. And I'm waiting for your calls to come in, and we're going to be demonstrating some live readings. I'll be using my cards, and these are my Victorian cards. These are all the way from London, and we'll be looking at some timescales in your readings, and we can do that using the tarot. And we'll also be really wanting to connect through to spirit as well, and that's always very much a favourite of everybody. We all want to connect to those loved ones who have passed over in spirit, but we can't dial a medium. We can't dial them up. What we have to do is welcome them into the room. And to do that, I use my crystal. This one is an amethyst crystal ball. And this is all about healing and feeling better, having love in our hearts and in our minds, and wanting to reflect back onto the past and to those that have been with us in a very long journey to get here, to get to this point in our lives. And this connection really takes us through to those butterflies and those very insignificant beings that exist just for a little bit of time in our lifetime, then they fly away. And this is a bit like spirit, how we can connect through to spirit. The amethyst is healing. It really reveals a great deal of our love and our activity in our heart. And it belongs here to all of our chakras. The indigo color is spectacular. And that's what we want to work on with you, and hopefully connect through to those helpful guides that are around us and make your reading very, very special. Now, also in the crystal ball, we can see lots of different facets of images that are going to come in, people that you may meet, activities that you may enter upon, events, circumstances that you're going to find yourself in, and the platforms. Where are you? Where in the world are you? And this is like a little indigo earth, isn't it? It's full of life and full of colour, and that's exactly what we want to see around you. Your aura will be shown in the crystal ball, and that's really important to see and to have as a very, very special opportunity to connect through to those loved ones, but also to look into your life. So I will be looking for some new detail. Maybe that will be a waterfall that I see, or an initial. Perhaps there's something that you've got to pick up that's lying on the ground that I can see in the crystal ball for you. Maybe this is just very, very simply a method and a means of enhancing the energy that is around you and around your reading. So we'll wait and see what happens. Now, we do have Kylie in St. Martinville, Louisiana, who's coming through next. Hello, Kylie. How are you here today?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm doing good, and yourself?
Oh, good. Yes, you're through to me, Eleanor Grace, and I'm in London in the United Kingdom. And I'm looking into your crystal straight away, Kylie, and I feel that there's some massive changes to your plans that are about to happen. It's like there's a real disruption that's going on here in the crystal ball. It's not bad, it's very good, and it it happens to alleviate worries and concerns that you may have. So if you look right inside of the amethyst, you can see some little lines that are there, some curves. And this is what I feel is coming in for you. It's like a curved ball that you've got, and the elements are working rapidly here to make you feel good, to make you feel better, and to give you an edge. So I think you're going to have a psychic edge in your decision making in the next 2 to 3 months. And that's very important, because in that time, these changes will occur. And they are not dramatic, but they are big enough to really warrant a lot of your consideration. So you need to be thinking about your ambition. You also need to be thinking about the people that are around you. I want to give you an initial of B. B for Ben or Benjamin. That's a name actually that's coming out of nowhere here. So I will give it to you. See who that person is in the next 2 or 3 months, because I feel that they have some sort of signal for you, a signpost. Maybe a mentor is coming your way. And it's a very, very pronounced initial of B. So look out for that. Do you recognize that name at all at the moment? Let's just check that one through.
Yes.
Kylie, do you know who that is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who is that to you? Who is Benjamin to you?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
Okay. Was he the person that caused all of this turmoil in your life?
Some of it.
Okay. Well, I think that there's a storm brewing. Okay. There seems to be something coming back from him, and it's not a bad thing. This I feel will make you understand things a bit better, or maybe realize what your part to play in the whole relationship actually was, and make you realize that, after all, it really wasn't your fault. There wasn't an issue with you. And I do feel that that's so important now, that's what you've got to really be thinking. Okay, now the other aspects here during the next 2 to 3 months. So we're talking, November, rest of October, November, December, and January. Those 3 months. That's when I want you to be very positive and to really be thinking about yourself in the way that you haven't done for quite some time. And there's new beginnings that are all around you here. So we're just going to take some cards. And let's have a look. Now, the very first card here that I have for you is the card of Judgment. So it is about decisions, and it is about positivity as well. And I feel that whatever Benjamin is bringing back as a realization for you, Kylie, it's a good one. It's you being able to make a judgment call and to say, do you know what, that happened, but it was right. It was right that I'm now where I am today. And that is in a good space. That is in a point in time where everything is beginning to look wonderful. And this is the next card that you have. This is the Lovers, and it's fresh, new, a new beginning, young love, amazing butterflies in your stomach, so somebody new that is really captivating your mind and your heart. And he is there. But you've got to make this decision first. Remember these 2 cards now. Let's just show them to you again. So you're making a decision, and then you have the Lover's card that is here. And this is the Lover's card that denotes the new beginning. It's a new person that is entering into your life. And this will bring abundance of love, abundance of happiness too. So that will take away the ex-Ben and will make you realize what the journey is, where you've traveled along this journey. So are you at the moment in this middle road where you're about to leap into a relationship, but you're not quite there yet? Is that something that's happened?
I'm in one.
Okay.
I'm currently in one.
Okay. Is he fairly recent? So in a situation where you've got rid of all of those demons from the past, and here he is, because there's a very strong motivation for the two of you to belong together and to be much, much closer with each other. That is, sorry, that is something that's coming through really strongly here. The fact that you've made this connection with each other, and now it's time to consolidate that. So you've got to make more of it all the time. You've got to really make it happen and understand that you're in the right place, that you've got there, and it's very, very good strength. Now, you really pick this card. This is the next one that's come out. Strength of a Lion, the voice of consolidation, patience, and stoicism. This is all about you keeping your feet on the ground here, Kylie, not wanting to let anybody or anything spoil your happiness. You want to remain happy and content with your choices, and why not? They are really important for you. Those choices, very significant now, and you will be given a lot of help. There's protection that is all around you, this sort of angelic protection that I have that's here. And this is you as well, Kylie. This is your next card. And this is very much this strong woman, able to take on the challenges that life presents, and that's what you will be doing. You'll be cutting down some of the dead wood, and I think you're moving on. So in your new relationship, that's something else that you can do, and you can achieve it really easily. It's not difficult, really isn't difficult. But what you have to do is let go of Ben. You probably think that you've done that, and that the last relationship in your life has been and gone. It's, not relevant anymore. But he's there in your reading, and I've given you his name today. So there's something that is still outstanding. There's some issues that still need to be recognized as being relevant. And I think that that's important, isn't it? You've got to really see what is relevant here in your life. So, Kylie, what do you feel about this next sort of stage for you? Are you in this period of flux? I want to say that word, flux, where you've got your person, you've got your man, you've got your lover, you've got your new start, but you're not quite sure where you're going with it. Is that you today?
Yes.
Yeah. What I can say to you is that this is a straightforward pathway. You need to clear the emotional clutter in your mind, in your heart, in your thoughts, and in your feelings. Stop making comparisons. Look at your new man afresh and value him for who he is, and recognize that you're going to love him in a different way. I feel that you're expecting to have the same set of feelings for this man that you did for the past, and this is why that past guy has come up. So your task now is to just mentally dump some of those emotions, maybe reflect back, take a snapshot at what happened. It's like taking a photograph, and allow yourself a time where you can sit and remember and have those memories of the relationship, what it was all about, and what he meant to you, and what your hopes and dreams were, what were your expectations, and then just draw a line. And this new character has got everything that you need to be happy. He really has. He's been drawn to you, and spiritually you're connected, and you have just got this minor little task to make, which is to let go of those past decisions. Forgive yourself for maybe not having things quite as you wanted them to be. And that's all that you need to do, because now you're on a different pathway altogether. You're making headway where you are taking lots more initiative. And remember, you're going to be in love. Here you go. There's the lovers. So I'm going to wish you well, and remember that your choices are your choices. And we can all sit in the past. We can all remember what has happened. But what's more exciting and what's more, well, I suppose just interesting, is what is going to happen next? What's going to happen in my future? How am I going to love this man, and how is he going to love me back? I wish you well. I feel that you've got a brand new start, a great opportunity, Kylie. You've just got to really go for it. Just jump into that mindset that you want to be in love, you want to be happy, you want to forget the past, and you want to move on. There are other things that are happening in your life to help you. Remember, this is for the next 3 months. And I think just imminently, there are changes that you have got to embrace. I did see massive change for you, and that will cover every aspect of your life. Your friendship group, your family and extended family, they will be expanded, and movement. So you're likely not to stay in the same town or in the same place, just moving forward, and that will mean new opportunities. Grab them. Anything that looks reasonable, grab a hold of it, because the second time it comes around, it's always weakened. So I'm going to wish you the best. I hope you've enjoyed your reading here, Kylie, with me, and good luck, best of luck. And don't forget to do that reflections. That's my pleasure, and lovely to speak to you today. And going to welcome Kathy here next. Hello there, Kathy. Are you on the line? Hello there. Hi. I've got the crystal ball here again. I'm looking at the amethyst today, which is a very powerful crystal. It brings in love and abundance, and that's what I feel is there for you, Kathy. Now, I'm just looking here at recent past, which I feel has been quite icy, cold, indifferent, some very sort of foggy times where you couldn't really see which way you were going particularly. And we often have these, but I think that this was caused by external events. So other factors were in your life that made you really feel as though you didn't quite know which way to tread, which way to go forward. Is like being blindfold. That's how I see your recent past. Did you feel a bit like that, right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Is that what you felt
Absolutely.
like? Okay. Well, now things are changing. You've got this bright light here in the center of your crystal ball, and it is about striking a balance and a bargain. So I think you've got to come to agreements here. It's not just agreements with other people, though. You have to do a deal with yourself. You have to agree with yourself. I feel that there's a lot of conflict internally with you, and that you really do perhaps worry too much and try and look at the pros and cons and try and think, what should I do here? What should I do there? I think also you care a lot for other people, and that is perhaps a little bit out of balance, that you're putting other people a little bit too much in front of yourself. Right. So nurture yourself first here, because you've got a solid heart, a really good mind. You're a clever lady, but people underestimate you, don't they? They don't give you the credit that you are due. And I think that you have learned not to push yourself forward too much, just in case you might be wrong. Well, the news here is that you're not wrong. You are very, very much a determined woman who is able to succeed massively in life. And I can see this next road that is ahead. And it is a road. It's like a golden pathway that is right in the center here of your crystal. And it's very much illuminated. This is about you driving your ambition forward and not taking no for an answer. You will have success. You're knocking on a few doors. So it appears to me as though you've tried and almost given up, thinking, oh, can't be bothered with this anymore. I'm just not not seeming to get to where I want to be. Is that correct? Is that how you have
Yes.
felt, Kathy?
Yes, I've been trying to do something, and it's been very
Yeah.
difficult to get it started.
Does that involve writing, does it? Because I've got you writing notes here. There's lots of books in your crystal, and folders that, I don't know whether it's
Yes, I'm a yoga teacher. I
right,
teach yoga and
okay.
meditation.
Yeah, okay. So it's as though there's lots of pieces of paper in this folder, and they're heavy. So you can't take them out of the folder. And it's not because it's difficult, it's just because timing, and you're not feeling as though you're able to just get going with it and just get started.
Right.
So we're going to try and wave a bit of a magic wand here today with you. And I think this is what you need, Kathy. I think that you just need to have a little bit more manifestation to bring some sparkle into your life, and to bring in, with harm to no one, the elements of success and progression that you need, because you're being welcomed by other people, Kathy. So other people need you, want you, and will support you. So a very strong base here is being shown, where this block, it's like a writer's block, but it's not. It's about getting going with your tuition, your classes, your ability, and you've got some talents that you haven't yet discovered. So are you feeling that you've had psychic messages, or that you're able to pick up on people psychically, but you're not really sure? You're not really sure whether that's for you or not. Well, I can say to you that it is for you, that you have got some really strong new beginnings, and angels are with you. They're sending lots of little tippets of information that you can pick up. You've got opportunities to just see whether you can test yourself. So check your dreams, write down some of the notes from your dreams, whatever you can remember in the morning, write it down. Don't look at it again, don't overanalyze it. But in about a month's time, just look back and see what you've written. That's a test, and that is a really good way of establishing whether the info was correct, whether you were imagining it, or whether it was just your subconscious sorting things out. But I do feel with you that you're being given little snippets of information that do tie together, and at the moment you're not connecting, but you will do. You will do really, really quickly. I've got the initial of M. It's like for Marion or Miriam or Maureen. It's that sort of name, a sort of three-syllable name. Do you recognize that name at all?
No, I'm not sure.
No. Well, the initial M. I think that it's a Miriam. It's Who's that then?
Yes.
Do you recognize it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is it?
It's Michelle.
Okay. All right. Is she helping you at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. That's
Very
what
much.
I got.
Yep.
Yeah. A mentor, somebody who's with you, somebody that gives you guidance and support, helping you. She's been sent to you, I feel, by ancestors in spirit, by loved ones who passed over. The initial of B is there, but I think it's like a Bob or Bobby. There's somebody in spirit who wants to, showing me a bobbin, like a cotton reel or a cotton bobbin, and winding the bobbins, the cotton. I don't know if that means anything to you, but very often it is a message where you need to go back to your childhood and perhaps think a little bit more about your learning in childhood and unravel it. And that's what I'm seeing, this cotton bobbin being unraveled. So I'm giving you that message from spirit to rewind, have a look back, try and make sense a little bit more of your own journey, and don't doubt yourself as much as you do, because this psychic ability that you have was probably there from being very, very young, and either you were told not to be silly or you weren't encouraged to use it, and just your imagination, and yet it was really your intuition that you were using, and it was very, very special. All right, let's have a look now into your cards and see what we have just from a few cards that I'm going to take here. I've got somebody special. There's a man here who's very special who is taking hold of your hand and grabbing you and moving you forward and just sort of saying, look, don't worry about anything. And here's this man here. And he's sort of whining and dining you, making you feel very special, paying you lots of attention. I think in part he wants attention coming back to him, and he's standing in front of you here wanting to be recognized and wanting to be made a fuss of. So this will be somebody who is in your life, a person that you perhaps have felt a little bit challenged by, and yet you've got party time ahead. So coming up with a holiday period that is ahead for you in your life, you will find that this is a very successful opportunity for you to consolidate any difficulties in the past. It's all about reconciliation, this is, but this is not on a physical level, this is on an emotional level. So you will be forgiving, you'll be forgiving somebody. Now, this person, you're going to forgive each other. The things that perhaps are not that relevant to you today, but would have happened in the past. So I hope that makes sense to you, because it's quite an important message.
Yes.
Okay. It's important and coming through from spirit. And those angels that are around you, and when I say angels, I mean your guides and your connected ancestors, and those that really do make a difference in your guiding lights. Now, let's just see one more card. Let's see what we can say. This is the one. Here we are. This is yours. This is the Ace of Swords as well here. This is all about new beginnings for you, a new point in your destiny. So forgiveness is part of it. Recognizing your skills is another part of it. Unwinding those difficult memories, they've got to go. You've got to stop thinking about the long-term past, stop thinking about your childhood. But your business will be successful. But this is a different aspect, though, to your business progress. What you need to do is encourage younger people, maybe children even, and really look at a slightly different market to the one that you're trying to attract at the moment. The one that you're attracting at the moment, there's too much competition. You're not going to get there. Just diversify slightly. Kathy, it's been wonderful speaking to you. I hope you've enjoyed your reading here with me. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm from London in the UK. And if you would like a reading with me, go to my website, and that is gracedestiny.com. You can book online. Great deals at the moment with the exchange rate between America and London. So what a time to get your psychic reading. And I'll see you again here next week on Moonstruck TV and Psychic Radio. So bye for now. See you then.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Wendy McCallum Show
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening and welcome. Well, thank you for joining us on this lovely evening. I hope you've had a wonderful week here in London, well, Campbell and Surrey. The weather's been simply amazing and we had Father's Day, so I hope you've been looking after your lovely fathers. I've sent my dad, because he lives in Scotland and I live in England, so I sent my dad a lovely card and he's given me some more tips for you this week. So every week my lovely dad, who's 85, gives me a fun fact about where I'm from in Kilmarnock in Ayrshire in Scotland, and I absolutely love it because it means I'm learning about like my heritage. Yeah, so I hope you enjoy it as well. So we've spoke about Robbie Burns before. He was the famous poet from Ayrshire in Scotland, and Robbie Burns lived in a place called Mauchline for a little while at a farm called Moskill Farm. Now, also out of Mauchline, the curling stones are made for the Winter Olympic Games. So my dad was telling me today that they're actually mined in the Isle of Craig, which is just on the outskirts. And you're only allowed to mine the granite like every 10 years or so, because the Royal Society for Protection of Birds has classed it as a wildlife reserve. So there you go. There's your fun fact for this week. Yeah. So I believe I've got a lovely caller this week, and her name is Sarah. So hi, Sarah. Welcome. Are you there? Hello. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I hope you're
Good. Can
doing
you
well.
hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Thank you. Yeah. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay. Yeah. So if there is, just breathe for a couple of seconds, and then we'll be able to connect. Okay. So sometimes it causes little bits of problems. Yeah. So have you had a reading before, Sarah? Fantastic.
I have had readings,
so, you know how
but not by you.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. Now, how can I help you tonight, Sarah? Is there something that I can help you with?
I'm just hoping for anything that you can tell me moving forward with my life.
Oh, all right, lovely. No worries, yeah. So is it psychic or is it mediumship you're looking for tonight? Psychic is about you, mediumship is about connecting with your loved ones and spirits. I've got a feeling it's more psychic for you, my lovely.
Okay.
Okay, is that okay? Psychic okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just taking a couple of cards. Well, I'm not taking them, they're choosing me, yeah, because I don't know if you can see that. I love it when they jump at the park like this, because it's like, pick me, pick me, pick me. Oh, look, they're all going for jumping at, yeah. So, okay. So, I might ask you, does this make sense to you, to make sure that I'm on the right track? Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Do we still have you? Perfect. Okay. It's almost like I feel that you've been worrying about something, Sarah. It's like I feel that either that or you're not quite sleeping properly. It's like I'm feeling that my sleep's being broken, and I also feel like there's something on my mind. Can you understand this, please, darling?
There isn't anything on my mind, but I think I've probably had some disturbed sleep.
Yeah, because I'm just feeling that my sleep's broken, that there's something going on, yeah. It's also like as well that I'm looking at change and opportunity, okay? So I'm wondering or feeling that you may be looking at work and be feeling a little bit, the words that I've got coming into my mind is a little bit discontented. And I feel that there's new opportunity here coming for work for you, if that's what you're looking for. So would I be right in and feeling this? Would that be making any sense to you, Sarah?
No.
No. Okay. Right, let's have a wee look, see what's going on. Okay. I just feel at the minute that you're kind of looking at the world, and it's kind of like I'm looking at for answers. I'm looking at for answers to things. It's almost like I don't know. It's almost like I feel that you've been looking after or caring for others for such a point, yeah, that you've not necessarily been looking at yourself, you see. And it's almost like I'm looking at it and saying, well, where to now? Where to now? Where am I going now? You know, and that's why I'm feeling that change is coming up, because I feel that you're seeking change. I feel that you're attracting change. I'm a firm believer in the law of attraction, you see. And most of the cards that have came out here at this moment are all about money and work, yeah. Now, I also know that, I also feel that work is also home, yeah, because your work affects your home life, and sometimes our work is our home, you know, because we might be a mother, so therefore, you know, our job is looking after the family. And I just feel at the minute that it's almost like I feel that seeds have been planted for change, and these seeds are now beginning to grow a little bit, you see. And I do feel that there is change out there, and it is coming in, you see. And I do feel that if you are looking for work, yeah, or you are looking for, because this is all I've got, as I don't know if you can see these cards, they're wonderful cards. So this is about new opportunities, new beginnings from a financial level, from a work point of view, yeah. We've got the Page of Pentacles here, also looking at money and looking at work and looking at change and opportunity, you see. I've also got this lovely card here, which means that we've been holding on to our money because we don't quite know where we're going at the moment, you see. So it makes sense just to make sure that everything's in order. But I do feel that there is more, there's new opportunity coming work-wise for you. And I do feel that when it comes, yeah, it will come quite soon, you see. And I do feel that you'll be successful in some sort of change. Am I making any sense, my darling?
Possibly. Definitely the change, but not the work, because I'm very happy in my job.
Okay, fantastic. But I just feel that I've got change, and I've got change on the cusp. Is there anything in particular you want me to look at?
Love.
Love, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just see what I'm pulling. Okay, bear with me a tick.
Okay.
So you're on your own at the minute. Have I lost you? Okay.
No, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. So you're on your own at the minute, Sarah?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what all this is about. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to this. Okay. I don't want to bring personal stuff up in a public reading, okay? And I won't do that. Yeah. So what we might do is we might carry this after, okay? But I just feel as I'm looking back at relationships, this is what I've got coming into my mind, yeah? So things have been a little bit up and down. Things obviously never worked the way that you wanted to, for one reason or another, which I don't want to divulge in a public place, okay? But this is what the cards are telling me, is that there's something new coming in for you. And it'll be a change to what you're used to, shall we say, okay? So I feel that the relationship will, we've got 2 minutes left. Okay, so I do feel that the gentleman coming in, feels like a lovely, how can I put it? Just a complete opposite to that has been before, okay? And I feel
Yes.
that this relationship that's coming in, and I want to say I've got about 3 months, before this transpires, okay? That it fulfills you on different levels. So it's not just almost like it feels like it comes in as a friendship, but then it progresses into a relationship, and then it progresses into like this wonderful relationship, okay? Because I've got the Rainbow of Cups here in front of me, which means fulfillment, okay? It feels like when this relationship comes in, it just feels like, as I say, it's completely different to that you've had before. Now, I'm aware that we've got 60 seconds left. I'm not very good at reading under pressure. I like to take my time and get into it, you see. But I do feel that this relationship coming in will be a successful relationship, and it'll be a permanent relationship rather than just a kind of you know, at the beginning of something that's not going to work. I do feel that this relationship will work, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm keep getting messages saying we've got 30 seconds, we've got 30 seconds. I think we'll need to take this offline, okay? After the show, But thank you for working with me tonight. I'm sorry we never got to the bottom of it, what I wanted to get into. But as I say, we'll take this after the show. So thank you so much for calling in this evening. I'll speak to you shortly. My name's Wendy McCallum, psychic medium from Camberlane, Surrey, and you will find me at divineintuition.co.uk, or you will find me on Facebook, Wendy McCallum Medium. Thank you so much for joining the show tonight, and I will see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh my lovely friends, thank you very much for joining me here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And as I'm coming to you live here, I am desperately thinking of a song. I think it's a heavy metal, this little homework my homework for today to figure out some heavy metal song by the end of my show. So I'm trembling like a leaf here and hoping the best that something, the spirit consciousness, the God is going to give me the inspiration, maybe some ECDC or something. Something. We will have something. So here we go. So my lovely friends, good to be back and good to be here with you, whether you are listening, watching, whether you are here live or on replay on any of the channels or any of the podcasts or any of the spaces, any places you can find me, this show, or you can find any of the shows here on the Ask My Radio network, even our Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am your show host, Susanna Medium, and I know I haven't been here for a week or a two or a three. So I had a little trip around the spiritual realms and the business realms and meeting and greeting people and chatting to people and chatting and observing life and observing how everybody is creating their own reality. So that has been very interesting for me. And I also have taken a 7-day energy activation seminar, a series of seminars with Lenka Lutonska here in the UK. So that has been very, very interesting. And you see, when we feel that, oh, we have forgotten about one area of our lives, the physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual, or social, or any kind of area in our life, then that is where spirit is showing us what we need to deal with and what is the space where we need to go and be quiet and feel the space. So I tell you what, that has been a roller coaster for me the last couple of days, just to having experiencing that reality. But then, to be honest, I do not mind, because that is how we are making everything really, really real. And you know this very well. When I'm talking to you here, I always love talking about or bringing examples from this realm, from my life and to your life. So this is how we are relating to each other. You know, everybody has the same stories and the same challenges, and we are here to love, and we are here to bring the frequency, raising the frequency by all means. So here we go. This show is coming to nearly to the 100th episode. So I'm very, very excited about this. And it's very, very fascinating to be here and being able to talk to you. And then if you feel that, if you have missed any of these shows or any of the other fellow spiritual helpers or healers or presenters show, go to the main page, askwaradio.com, and check out the archive section, and you can listen to all of the conversations, because there have been some really, really beautiful, outstanding, heartwarming, empowering, uplifting conversations. And then I feel that is really the space for all of you to listen to and tune into. And I tell you what, just a short story before I take my caller here. I remember about 2 years ago, when the whole pandemic, that story began, that reality began. I remember one morning waking up about 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock here in the UK. And I said to myself, okay, let's just listen to this radio, who is on Wednesday or Thursday morning here in the UK. Thursday morning might be actually Friday morning for us here in the UK, the Thursday evening sessions. And I remember listening to one particular conversation, and that conversation was about not being fearful and not being afraid. And I said to myself, oh my goodness me, that's why I needed to wake up at that very moment to tune into the radio and listen to and catch that one particular show and one particular conversation. So do the same. If you feel that you need some upliftment and some encouragement, conversation, just tune in, check out the archives. Everybody's talking about what they are passionate about and what we are passionate about. And it's just so beautiful, even for myself, when I'm listening to the others' conversations, because everybody is so very passionate about their own skill set and own passion and own mission. So tune in and come on board. Come on board. But if you are interested in my private conversation, my own conversation, go to my website. I always forget to say this, so I'm just going to tell you now. And then go to my website, susannamedium.com, always 9 letters, ZSUZSANNA medium.com. And if you scroll down at the bottom of my page, you can find a free downloadable resource for you, my 7-day psychic challenge, which you can use, and you can tune into your own intuitive and mindfully practical intuitive and psychic abilities. So that's available for you, and go and check that one out. So that's there for you available. So here we go. I'm going to talk to you, one of your lovely ones. Oh, Chattanooga. Morgan from Chattanooga, Tennessee is here. So Morgan, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well.
I'm very well, thank you. Good to have you here. And as I was reading Chattanooga Choo Choo, so I was like, oh, the music is coming to my mind here. So how can I help you? Good to have you here.
Oh, thank you for having me. Yeah, this would be one of my first times ever doing anything like this, but at this moment in time, I feel like I would very much benefit from advice or counseling. And my biggest thing I would say is, my biggest question would be, I suppose, how to really dive deep and decide, and maybe not even just decide, but just give it to the universe and figure out what my internal needs and wants would be. And my difficulty is, life and family and just everything around can kind of cause a fogginess into really understanding what actions to take that would better benefit myself. Yeah, it's kind of hard to put it into words too, though.
Yes. So what you are saying is that you would like to tap into the courage in your heart. And why, we can take life. Yes, we can take life in 2 different ways. One of them is when we feel that we are flowing and or life is taking us and we are just going with the flow, and we feel that we might not be in charge, or we might not know which direction we are going, and we are just being in the middle of it, and not that we are hoping that everything turns out beautifully, but we are just going and flowing. But then there is another way when, while I was listening to you, this is what, even physically, I was feeling I needed to pull myself back a little bit, just a little bit, because the energy was suggesting take a step back. And that is the other way when you are observing life happening and life taking its own journey and showing you various things. And, that is a moment when we can step into it and just going with it, or we pause a little bit and observe and look around. And from that space, before we take any action, we are just feeling the space, which is the direction I need to go to. There is a way, it's very, very subtle energy when we feel that I am here. We can be that person who's very much helping and very much there for everybody. And we feel it's so very easy to feel that our life is about the other people and helping other people and being there for everybody. And in that sense, we might not really know who we are. And we could say, yes, it's very important to help the others, but then where is my sense? Where is my mission? What is my life, or what is my energy about? What I feel with your energy here, Morgan, is that, again, yes, taking yourself out of your current situation just energetically and observing what is happening, knowing that you are the one who is making the first choice. It's very easy to let other people making choices for us, or showing us things, or telling us, or giving us so many suggestions, and sharing their insights. So by the end of the day, we might not know what is really important because we have listened to so many people. Your job is to
Yeah.
acknowledge that is the contribution from everybody and everything, and life has shown that. But then you take back and then take a very comfortable big breath and then feel into what is really important for me. Because what I feel like in your current life, if you look back 2 or 3, not just weeks, 2 or 3 months ago, what was the decision you have made? It hasn't really manifested itself, and you still have the choice to change and alter that situation. But what Spirit says, that use that opportunities within your family life, that I'm taking my step back, I'm taking a breath, and just really, okay, I do not need to wait for the others to tell me what I need to do, and just very gently pause and listen to your heart, because you might feel, you will be actually surprised what your heart energy is going to show you and tell you. And in that sense,
I
the
think
action
that's
you
where
are
I was
taking.
having a lot of it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just gonna say that's kind of where I've had my setback. Is I feel like I have been working on this for a while, trying to step back and really try and listen to my heart. And then,
Yes.
It's a little confusing if it's really your heart that is speaking, like, and I feel things that
Yes.
seem intuitive, and
Yes.
that seem, like I'm feeling it from my gut.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I'll tell you what, Morgan, because we've got 30 seconds, what I can suggest here is the trust energy. When we question things, we will have another answer coming to us, and question things, and then another answer comes. Your job is not even questioning, so forgetting about the mind conversation, and then just allowing, because when you have something coming to you from your heart so outstandingly, so unusually, something what you have never experienced, that is the answer what you need to know, and what you need to experience. So I hope I could help you. Feel free to send me an email to hello@susanamedium.com, and thanks very much for calling in. And the rest of you lovely friends and listeners, tune in 7 days time, and I'm going to be back. And thank you very much. Thanks. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I want to welcome you all today. And we did a few weeks ago, we did speak about chakras. I wanted to go into them a little bit more today. There's a lot to go into about the actual function of them and how much they affect us. So I'm going to talk very quickly, and I may sound like a bit like a crazy person and look weird, but that's okay as long as you get everything that you need today. That's the main thing. As usual, you know, if we get time to do a small meditation at the end, just go through it and do it on your own. It's very easy. Take your time with it. All right, so let's get started. Now, with the chakras, we all know the basic stuff about chakras, all right? But we're going to go more into it. We have the left side of the chakra and we have a right side of the chakra. The left side of the chakra is deals more with the receptive stuff, the emotional stuff, the intuitive and compassionate stuff, all right, of ourselves, all right? The right side deals with the masculine side, which is the more dominant, the forceful, and the willful side of ourselves, okay? Now, regardless of your gender, we all have the feminine and the masculine aspect of ourselves, okay? And that is in clear view in the chakras, all right? So the chakras, as we receive information from them, they enter in from the left side of the energy system and then they exit through the right side. Okay, so everything is coming in and then it's going out. All right. As the chakras receive information from the left side, they're getting it from the world. All right. So what the world's projecting into us, and then the right side projects your needs going out, right? And the messages that you want to put out about yourself. Okay, so that gives you a little bit about the left side and the right side. Okay, then we have the inner wheel, so the inner side of your chakra and the outer side of your chakra. Okay, so the inner side has to do with your higher self, your divine self, your pure self, all right? And that aspect has to do with your dharma, all right? Your spiritual integrity, if you will, all right? The outer wheel has to do with our soul's memories, our past lives, and it uses these memories to ensure our survival, all right, to allow us to be able to cope with things in our life, all right? So, and they're the soul's aspect. That aspect is your soul's karma, okay? Then we go into the back of the chakra and also the front of the chakra. So you can imagine these poor little chakras, they're working non-stop all day, all right? Information is coming in everywhere, all right? So the back of the chakra, again, also receives information, but this information relates to our subconscious, our unconscious, and also, again, the soul, all right? The information from past lives, also childhood, all right? Then we have the front of the chakra, and the front of the chakra spreads the information out, if you will, all right? So everything's coming in and then everything's going out. So things are coming in and out from everywhere, right? So this kind of formulates, the front chakra formulates really the everyday of our everyday self that we have, right? It tells the world who we are and how to treat us, all right? And it's programmed by our conscious self in this world, and that fulfills our decisions. So when we do affirmations, for example, all right, and we're projecting out who we are, who we believe that we are, all right, this is the part of you, and this is with every single chakra, all right? when you're giving a particular affirmation, you know, whether it's your crown, or it doesn't matter, your crown, your heart, your solar plexus, your root or base chakra, it doesn't matter. When you're spreading information out about yourself, you're telling the world how to treat you. Okay, so if you are lacking in self-worth, or you have fears about your finances, or if you're lacking in self-love, or finding your voice to speak up, to protect yourself, to say what you want, you know, it's the front of that chakra that is blocked, okay, and is not working properly. That's why when people say visualize your chakras, you know, spinning and whatever, you're looking at the front side of your chakra, all right? However, that's not the only aspect of the chakra. There's a lot going on. Like I said, you know, you're dealing with the feminine and masculine side of yourself, left, right, in, out, it's all going on. All right, so I hope that this part of it just gives you a bit more understanding of how, you know, more the technical side, I suppose, of the chakra that, you know, we don't normally talk about, or you don't normally hear people discuss. All right, so you understand more about that. All right, I am going to go into a chakra, what I call a chakra pillar meditation that was given to me by my guide. It's very easy, again, very quick, and I have already had some feedback about the meditations, and a lot of people are finding them very useful, and even though they're quick, they're amazed at how quickly they can connect with their intuition and messages from spirit. So I'm really happy that people are getting, you know, something out of it, and it's working for them, because it's what I use when I'm teaching. All right, so again, as usual, I will get you to protect yourself. So visualize a white ribbon of light wrapping around you from head to toe. Now visualize a white light coming down and surrounding your body, placing you in a bubble of white light. And just see yourself in there, looking happy, feeling safe, and ready and open to see what comes your way. Okay, now we'll just do some breathing to relax you deeper. If you ever lose your thought in the meditation, always go back to your breath and start again. Okay, so I want you to just breathe into the count of 4. Hold to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Okay, just relax in your seat, go into your natural breath again. And I want you now to visualize a large pillar of white light coming down on your left side. And now I want you to do the same on your right side. So you can visualize yourself sitting between these 2 white pillars. Feel yourself being guided and protected as these pillars stand upright on either side of you. Start to bring your attention to the pillar on your left for a moment. This pillar of white light is now moving its light into the left side of your chakras. Observe if any chakras stand out to you that are asking for some attention. See if you get any information from them about what they want you to learn. Your information is coming from Spirit about the world in relation to you. That is what you're receiving from the left side. See, sense, feel, or hear your messages. Not everything has to be on a grand scale. Now I want you to do the same with the right side. Visualizing the white light pushing through into all of your chakras, the right side of all of them. Spirit are now inviting you to project your messages and your needs for your spiritual growth. So again, observe which chakras need assistance with your development and your attachment to your human state. Again, see, sense, feel, or hear your messages. Take a moment to thank Spirit for assisting you and for the knowledge they're giving you. Visualize now both pillars leaving you. See the white light leaving you. And just feel the weight of your body back in your seat. When you're ready, you can open your eyes and you're done. Remember, do it slower, okay? And I want to thank you all for joining me today on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And I hope this is helping you all. And remember, have a good day or evening wherever you are in the world. Smile, be nice to everyone, think, act and feel with your higher self, and you will never ever make a bad decision. You'll always do what's best for you and the rest of humanity, and everything will come back to you tenfold. You'll be blessed beyond recognition, okay? So enjoy yourselves, enjoy your families, and take care until I see you all next week. Thank you. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for energy, healing, and spirit talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, it's Tammy Petrocelli, and I'm live in Lewis, Delaware today. Thanks for joining me here at A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck.tv. How are you today? Whatever morning, afternoon, evening, whatever's going on, how are you today? Well, I hope you're well. The big talk of today and the past couple of days and the rest of this week, I'm sure, is that it is summer solstice here in the Northern Hemisphere. Now, it's interesting because being in the Northern Hemisphere, we hear so much about summer solstice, but we kind of forget that, those in the Southern Hemisphere are celebrating winter solstice. So we have similar things going on at solstice time. So in summer solstice, we're getting ready for harvest. So it's about putting things into fruition. All of the things that you have been working on to cleanse yourself energetically, to get ready for the summer solstice and harvest. Everything you've been planting and putting into plans, wanting to manifest. Well, now is the time to manifest it. It is the time to start your harvest. So we have the summer solstice along with a new moon in Cancer. So this is a highly energetic time, and we want you to really think about what it is that you need, that you want. I hope you've been thinking about this. I've been putting it into your minds and your heads for a couple of months now. So that is what we need to do if you are here in the Northern Hemisphere. Now, if you are in the Southern Hemisphere, this is your winter solstice. So this is your time to relax, reset, rejuvenate. Okay, this is what we want you to do. We want you to take it a little slower in the Southern Hemisphere. Here in the Northern Hemisphere, we are ready for you to ramp it up. The energy is crazy. So hopefully you will find some celebrations in your area or online. If not, celebrate yourself. Write everything down that you want to make sure that you tell the universe that you need in your life in the next few months, and have a little ceremony, burn it with a candle, say a little prayer, do a salt bath, do a little drumming, a little sound healing, whatever you need. All right, great. Hi, Rosemary in Fleetwood, Lancashire, England. I'm so happy that you're joining us today. So, Rosemary, can I answer a question for you, or is there someone on the other side you would like me to try to contact?
I'd like to try and contact Dave.
Did you say Dave or Rosemary?
A-Y-E.
Okay, and who is this for you?
My granddaughter.
Your granddaughter. Okay. She says, first of all, I am fine. I am fine. Everybody has been worrying about me. She said that she's made people worry about her for way too long, and that now the worry needs to end, that she is good, she is happy on the other side. She says that you've had a very difficult time. She's showing me two different things. She's showing me as a child and not being well, but it makes me feel that she didn't pass as a small child. Do you understand that? Rosemary?
Yes, and I'm not. Thank you.
Okay, she did not pass as a small child, but as a small child, there was already concern about her well-being. Do you understand that?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. She does make me feel that it was late teens or early 20s for her passing. But I feel that I want to say she had some control in her passing. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because I really trying to be discreet here. I really feel that there was a long time of mental health issues for her. Do you understand?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And she knows that, and she says, please, please, please know that all of that is gone now. All of that is gone. I know that people wanted me to get better in that respect, but my journey was to experience that and to leave so that I could be healthy and whole again. She thanks you for your kindness, is what she wants to say. That she makes me feel that you gave a lot of support to her mother. Is her mother your daughter, please?
Yes.
No, daughter-in-law, or okay, because she makes me feel that you kind of stuck up for her. Do you understand that?
Yes.
For the granddaughter, in the attempt to get her care, in the attempt to get her care. She says that she does not want blame. She says there's too much blame going on, and she does not want anyone to blame, that this was her decision.
Yes.
Yeah. And she says, I love you, Grams. Did she call you Grams?
No.
No. Okay, because she came as Grams, is what she said, is what I heard. Sometimes we don't always hear it exactly as it's said, but she says, I love you, I thank you, and I am sorry that there was some distance between us towards the end. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes, she discusses, she says that there was some distance, okay? And she says, please stop worrying about me, and please ask my family to stop shifting blame where it really doesn't belong. She said she does not expect apologies from, and I really feel kind of everyone is putting a lot of blame on the mother.
Yeah.
You understand that? She's saying leave that blame alone, and she is not expecting apologies there. She says it's not necessary. It's not necessary. She says mom has her own stuff to deal with, and now she has this on top of it. And I'm sorry to put this extra, I don't want to call it a burden. I want to say like kind of just another twist in mom's collective basket of issues. Do you understand that, please?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
She said she doesn't want to add to mother's basket of burdens or issues. Do you understand what she means?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Mom is carrying her own things. Yeah. And she's sorry that she added to this, but this had to be her decision. Please understand that there is a connection mentally, chemically between her and the mother. that this is where we say nature or nurture. Well, were we born with some of these issues, and were they compounded by, the way we were nurtured or lack of nurturing? And she makes me feel that it's both. But for her and mom, there is the connection with, I just want to say, some chemical imbalance is what's going on there. At least this is what, your daughter tells me, your granddaughter tells me. And she wants, to just send love to everyone, and especially to keep supporting, her parents, keep supporting them being healthy and being whole and being happy, because that's what matters, is that we do that here for each other, because on the other side, they've got that support so much. They've got so much support. And do you, now, is it your husband, please, or her other grandfather on the other side? Do you understand her having?
Sorry, is it what? Sorry. Her other grandfather. I'm trying to think.
Okay. It could even be great grandfather or granduncle, but she talks about the male support. Okay, because she talks about the male support from a grandfather or a great grandfather that she has on the other side. And she tells me that this gentleman also had some issues in life. He may have liked to imbibe a little bit extra. So if that sounds familiar to you, as order to place this grandfather. And is there also someone who was a chimney sweep?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I've got one coming in, but I want to thank you. We're at the end of our time. Please know that you have so much love coming from your granddaughter, and she wants everyone here to be happy. I want to thank you so much, Rosemary, for calling in, and I hope that this helps to heal your heart, and please keep supporting her parents, okay?
Thank you very much.
You are so welcome. I want to thank everyone for joining me. Don't forget that summer solstice celebration or winter solstice celebration if you are in the Southern Hemisphere. I will see you right back here next Tuesday at 3:15 Eastern Standard Time. And you can find me on TammyPetrocelli.com. Namaste.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Tea with Marie, with Antoinette Marie. Live from AntoinetteMarie.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Tea with Marie
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone. Welcome to Soul Tea with Marie. I am excited to be here tonight. I am going to take a call a little bit in the show, but there are a few things that I wanted to go over with you, all of my listeners. So last week I had a guest on, which was Jerry, and I just want you to know that I also have a YouTube channel as well. So when I do the smaller, I'll have more guests on. So Jerry and I went over crystals, and there's a lot to talk about. So if anybody wants more information on crystals, I will go ahead and put on extended video on my YouTube as well with her. And if you're curious about where she is, she was at Naturally Gifted by Jerry, and you can find her on Instagram, and you can find her on my webpage as well. Next week, if anybody's interested in twin flames, I'm hoping I can have my dear friend Leslie on. She has written a book on twin flames, and she travels around and I don't want to say teaches, she can't really teach twin flames, but she gives advice on people that are struggling with their relationships or what it is. She really dives into what a twin flame is and the difference between that and karmic. And I know I've discussed it before, but she takes it to a different level. So she will be on next week if everything goes as planned. She would be on tonight, but she is doing another show. What else? So also, oh, you know what? Before I forget, so when I was preparing for this, a young man came through, and sorry, I'm hearing noise. So there, when I first came on, the smoke alarm was going off. I don't know if you could hear it, and now it's just stopped. So anyway, going back to what I was saying, when I first was going to come on, a young boy came to me, and I want to say that someone is listening, or someone is friends with someone that's listening. He would be a young man who overdosed, and yes, so he is going to be in his, he looks to me like he's giving the impression he's late teens, early 20s. I'm thinking late teens. And it would be heroin. And he just keeps saying to me, "I'm sorry, Mom," and that his mother's very brokenhearted over this. And and this seems like it happened recently, because he's standing right here and he still has the residue of his earthly feelings. When we go over to the other side, we still take who we are, the essence of us, but sometimes we also take the emotions of what has happened to us. So if we carry sadness, anger, grief, we still take it with us until we work through what we experienced here. And sometimes it takes a long time for us to work through it. And sometimes souls get stuck. I'm not saying this young man is going to get stuck. I don't believe he is, but this is something. So he seems to have blonde hair. It kind of comes down a little bit. I don't always get the hair correct. So if that's not right, if you're listening or you know someone, please don't take the blonde hair to be as a fact. But I don't think it was like really short. He might just be showing his hair, that it was a little bit longer on top, not long, but a little longer on top. I don't think he was in high school, but I don't think he was in his 20s. And he definitely is here. So if someone is out there, he wants you to know that he's very sad, and that he loves you, and he's sorry. He's very sorry. And I believe it was a heroin overdose. Yeah, he's insisting it's a heroin overdose. Sorry, I know. I'm sorry I didn't say the trigger warning. I should have said that. He's just very insistent. So with that, I do want to talk about signs now that he is here. So the chirping is back again. So it stopped. So there's a smoke alarm when I first got here. So I'm staying in a hotel room because I'm traveling. I'm doing readings at a store this weekend. And the smoke alarm is going off now. And I was having some issues with my lights as well. So when we have someone on the other side that wants to communicate, and it's not always loved ones, if you're gifted and you're in touch with your guides or your angels, they will also do things like make smoke alarms go off. I had stayed at an Airbnb one time, And she actually had to call in. I stayed there for a month or two. I was traveling in San Francisco, and she had to call an electrician multiple times because all the smoke alarms, they wouldn't stop going off, to the point that we ripped them out of the ceiling and the wall, and they're sitting there, no batteries, and they're still, I remember I'm just laying there and boop, 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 and it's going off, and I'm like, that's not possible. It's not possible for that to be going off. It freaked me out. And then she went on vacation one time and she had, is it Alexa, where it has the music? I don't have it in my home, but the music was going off in the living room, and then the music was going off in the kitchen, but it was two different songs. It was getting louder and louder and louder. And then the lights went out. Scared me to death. But it was just someone that wanted to say hello. They're not usually that extreme, but they can be. The other day I had a light bulb. I was just sitting there and I was in meditation, and a light bulb just exploded. It was one of my guides just saying hello. So if you have any of those types of experiences, that could be a loved one that's trying to get in touch with you, or if you see a cardinal or a bird, any type of bird, something that usually is something, especially the cardinals. And I also find blue jays or bluebirds, they seem to come through as well. The lights, just little different things, even if you hear their name. But our people are always trying to connect with us. They always want us to know that they're here and that they love us, and they're watching over us, and they're guiding us and trying to support us no matter what's going on in our life, good, bad, the ugly. They're always there. They're always watching it, and they want us to know that. We don't always see the signs. They can be subtle. If they really want to get your attention, they'll be, like I said, they'll have a light bulb explode next to you. Not so subtle, but they're always there. You could be driving down the road and a song comes on. That could be your father, your mother that's just playing a song, and you just know, you get this feeling, or you get goosebumps. That doesn't always happen. You know, you're in your own head, and all of a sudden you just hear the song. You're like, why am I paying attention to that? It's almost as someone like just tapped you on the side of your head, like, oh, wake up. That's from me. So that would be someone that is trying to get your attention. What I like to do, especially if it's songs, is I like to write the song down. I like to go look up the lyrics, because there's always something in there, even if you know the song and you know what it's about and it doesn't relate to anything. There might be one line in there that's specifically for you, just that one line, and you'll read the whole thing and you're like, oh, that was it right there. And might change your whole course of your day. You might just have a realization about something. They might be giving you some advice. So always look at the lyrics. Always look at even the person who is singing them. Maybe it's the name. So that is about signs. What else did I want to say? You know, it's interesting. I wrote down overdose twice. Sorry, I have notes here that I wanted to go over everything. So this boy had come through when I first, a couple of times now. And I also have, which I always forget to do this, but if anybody does want to book a reading with me, I am available to do that. I do medium readings, and I also do my intuitive readings, or the intuitive readings kind of go into your past life. So if you're interested in some past life, I don't do regression, but I do see some of your past lives. I can see some of your guides, some of your angels that can come into play as well. But usually the intuitive reading is mostly going to be about your life and any past trauma that you have been through. So let me see, what else did I want to go over? I think I'm going to go back to signs as well when it comes to loved ones. So back to signs. So not only will they do physical things or music, it can also be the way this young man is coming through. Now, his mother may not be watching this, but it could be a friend that is, or maybe even a relative that's watching this that will let her know. So they can give messages through someone else to give to you. The other thing that they can do or say, this is kind of neat. This has happened a couple of times to me and a couple of times to my friends, where you're just having a really bad day and you just need a pick me up, and you go to, I'm from Boston, so we do the Dunkins. And you'll just be in line and you'll get a coffee and they'll say, you know what, it was on the house. Or someone will just come up and pay for your drink. You're having a really bad day and someone will just pay for something for you, just your coffee, a donut. There's always reason behind why they're doing it. There's always something, there's always a message there. So as you're going through your day, pick up on those little nuances, because they're not just happening. Life isn't just happening to us. There's no coincidences. Everything is a reason. There's always something behind that moment of, say, someone buying you a coffee, or someone just walking by you and saying, hey, you look really good today. That could be your dad, who maybe he had passed away 2 weeks prior or the day before, or it's your birthday and he's on the other side. He just wants to say, you look great. So he has to use someone to say it. Pay attention to those messages. Okay, so I have a caller, which is Shantae. Are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, Shantae. How are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Good. All right. So what is on your heart and your soul tonight?
I guess I was just wanting to know, I guess, how to get on the right track. Am I on the right track as far as like my life-wise, as my purpose, relationship-wise?
Your job is of a main concern with you right now. I know your relationship is very much up in the air. So this is what I'm getting right off the bat. You when it comes to your relationship, everything, you really need to take care of yourself. You need to put yourself, you're not putting yourself first. You really need to put yourself first in your life, especially with your relationship. You need to start stepping up, and that's definitely financially, but emotionally and mentally. Yeah, you're putting yourself on the sidelines of this relationship. This person is, I don't want to say steamrolling, but they're taking over your needs and wants, and you are caving in to what they're wanting. It's not a 50-50 split here. Sorry, I'm just getting the information. This your and I hope this is okay to say, your relationship doesn't seem healthy to me. Something healthy for you. That you really need to be looking at yourself and, is this emotionally good for me? Is this emotionally good for my heart? Is this bringing too much unease to my life? That's what I'm getting. I think what I would say is to really take a step back and really examine if this is what you want for your life. Because I do believe if you are married, I don't think you're married. I feel like you want to get married. If you are married, okay, you are married?
I'm not, but I'm hoping.
Okay. I was gonna say I didn't feel that you were married, but I do feel that you want to get married. Like I can see you, like you're. Not everyone is, but you are definitely looking for that forever person. You're looking for to wear the white dress. You have a huge heart, like when it comes to relationship, like you're huge. You don't hold back at all. Some people are very restrictive. They don't want to show who they are. They don't want to be vulnerable. I'm not saying that it's real easy for you, but you are one of those people that when you're in, like you are all in, like everything, like you just, you give it all and you do it with a smile on your face. Like you love and you love being in love and you want to love someone forever. Like you want that one and only person. So I would say to you, when it comes to this person, and I keep hearing about your career and your business. So these must be connected. Your career, it's funny I said your business too. So there must be something that you're trying to build. I don't want to say create, but you're trying to build. I don't think everything is creative, but it doesn't seem artsy. It seems more business related, that you want to create your own like little empire is what you're trying to do. But you also have work as well. So both of those are happening. So you have a job and you have a inner dialogue of an empire of what you're trying to build. And I think you want to build it with someone. And I believe that's what I'm getting here. That you're looking for a partner to like build an empire with, build your own little business, build your own wealth, your own everything together. And I can't tell you whether or not this is the right person. That would not be my place. What I can say to you is you need to ask yourself the hard questions. Have you asked yourself the hard questions yet?
Not yet.
Not yet?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I've kind of been going with the flow, I guess you can say.
I think you need to ask yourself the hard questions on this. And if this is really the right person. I'm not convinced you found your forever person, but you may have. I think you have more to give than what this person would be able to take. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. It makes a lot of sense.
Okay. What you're looking for, the white dress, and there's something about that white dress that really means something to you. And I'm the same way. There's just something about the commitment of a marriage and the dress, and I get it. But that and the house and building something with someone that really appeals to you. And I don't necessarily think that this appeals the same way to this person as what it does to you. I think your values are different. I could be wrong, obviously. I mean, this isn't science, and I get what I get, but that's how it appears to me, that what you're looking for is not at the same place as what they're looking for. Your value is different than theirs. What you value in life is different from their value. And they seem more of, like you said, go with the flow. They seem like they're more into that. They're not really looking for the big commitment. They're almost childlike. I don't want to say, it's not immaturity, but they're not at the maturity level to bring the big commitments. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
And I keep getting the word children. Children are involved here in some way. And I want to say you want children, but then I feel like there already is children. There's something going on with children that is a block in this. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense.
Okay, good. Yeah, I want to say that this person already has children, or you want, I'm getting a couple of things. They have children and you want children. There's something going on that there's a third party that's also involved in what's happening here. This person.
So I have 2 kids. He doesn't have any at the moment.
Okay, so you have the kids. Okay.
And he definitely wants them though.
Okay. So I got it backwards. You have kids and he wants them. Okay, so all right. Got it. There's also there is a third party involved in all of this as well, though. Someone else is involved that is causing, and I know the children are an issue here. But there's also a third party that is almost causing like a thorn in the relationship. Does that make sense? Like it makes
a lot.
Okay, good. I don't see that thorn going away right now. I don't see that going away. No. And because it's live and everybody hears this, but I mean, it seems to me that there may be some unfaithfulness. I'm just going to put it out there, or that there's a lack of full commitment. It's either a lack of full commitment or there's a bit of unfaithfulness happening here. And I would say to you, again, like I said before, and you don't have to answer that. You don't have to say anything to that. I know that's private. Again, to look at your values, what you value, and what you put first, which would be you and your children and your family. So you also have family that you, if it's like a mother, or I want to say it's a mother, that you have a mother around you as well. Sorry, I scribble when I am hearing things. Apologize for the noise. Yeah, so my advice to you is to take a step back and just reevaluate your whole situation here and build your own, and I keep hearing wealth, build your own wealth. I don't see him coming in and taking care of you as a provider the way you're looking for. And that's not to say he's not capable, because he is capable. He's a capable man who doesn't, he does not meet his own, what's the word? Potential. He doesn't meet his own potential. He is especially as women, we always talk about the man's potential, but he does have it and he is capable. He just isn't reaching it for whatever reason. He's just not ready to be fully a man yet. He's still out there kind of sidestepping, kind of, I don't want to say the party life necessarily, but the boys, I see that with him. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. We only have a minute or two. And did you have any questions or anything?
I guess maybe if you heard anything from my grandma, she just recently passed. So, I mean, if anything from her would be good too.
I'm not getting anything. It doesn't mean she's not here. I'm just not. I'm still in called a different frequency, and I'm still with your significant in your situation. So I'm not getting your grandmother. I am getting this. She is showing me a rose, not a rose. I said rose, so I'll just go with rose, but like a flower headpiece. She is showing me that. I don't, like a little girl wears it, like a little flowers. But so I wish I could say more on that. She is there. She is coming through now, and I only have a few more seconds, but she is showing me that. And she is with you. She is with you. If you were worried about that, she is with you. And please, as we drift off into the night here, please put yourself first and give your kids a big hug. And he is not your all. He does not make up your everything. You make up your everything. Remember that. You do. Nothing he can offer you, you can't offer yourself.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I will be your host for a little bit. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. So, yes, I appreciate all the listeners and all the callers. Thank you so much. And I know I appreciate all your support. So thank you, thank you. I'd like to talk to you now a little tiny bit about protecting your energy. And I have been reading for a very long time, and a lot of people that come to me are empathic, which means you pick up other people's emotions or intentions or just health even. You can get their headaches, you can get their stomach aches, and I want to clarify that everyone needs to be protected, their energetic field. So if you can find a way to do that, it would probably help, because depression negates depression and hopelessness does the same thing. And we do not need to be anything negative around us. So I hope that you Google this or you search in the Facebook and you find a way to protect your energy, because it doesn't help to carry anyone else's energy. It doesn't make them better. It just means that you're the one walking around with the headache or the depression or the anxiety. So yeah, let's protect our energy and love ourselves that way. So yeah, welcome to June. I am getting my office together. I've just moved a little while ago, and things are settling in. And soon enough, I will find a way to do in-person readings here for anyone who's in the local area. So yeah, I'm just excited tonight for a call. So I hope everyone is taking advantage of the free calls and the free psychic readings with A1R Psychic Radio. And once again, I am Psychic Pass, and you can find me on Facebook, and you can check out my website.com. So yeah, I just really feel like a lot of people deserve to know that they're picking up on other people's energy, and it's affecting their lives. Oh, we have Penny from Pennsylvania. Hello.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
You can do anything.
Okay. Let me see what Spirit says, okay?
Yeah, because yesterday I went through, I've been going through a long, hard time, but I won yesterday. So now anything you can tell me can't be, we got through the worst part of this year.
Oh, wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. I'm getting from Spirit that you're a really strong character, that you have a great deal of will, and you can almost make it through anything. you kind of remind me of Unsinkable Molly Brown is a feeling I'm getting. And so with the worst that you've been through, can I ask what you've learned?
Oh, not to trust anybody, not to not to talk or have anything. Try to say to ourselves more. And just like I said, don't trust nobody.
That's very, very sad, because in order to enjoy life, you need to have your heart open. Maybe the best thing to do would, when you meet new people, just ask your guides what is their intent and motivation. Because if their motivation and their intentions are no good, your own guidance will let you know. You won't get
I did
swayed.
in this one place for 5 years, and they caused all kinds of trouble and almost put me in jail.
Oh, wow.
Everything was taken off my record, off everything. I had to do a little community service and nothing big.
Okay. Well, let me see what I can get. I'm going to do a healing for you after this show, because I think you need a healing, and you do need some spiritual energy to open up your heart and yeah, to clear some things out. So I will do that after the show.
Yep. Well, they took one of my grandkids from me. The state has one of the grandkids because of that woman.
Wow.
Yep.
I feel really bad, because I've been in your situation, and I know how hard it is to trust people after you've been incredibly hurt. But we still need to keep our hearts open. So I'm going to do the healing for that, okay? And
now
let me
everybody's trying to now everybody's working in our favor now. All of a sudden, since everything's done, they're going to let her come down to where we moved to. They're jumping through hoops because they know I'm going to come. I can get them. I'm going to go after the people that did try to slander my name and stuff. I'm going to go after them.
Good. There's nothing wrong with justice. And I feel like you're right that all of the bad crud is over with. And I feel like I feel a couple things. I feel like there's a move. There's something gonna be changing. And it feels like a move. I don't know if it's you or someone really close to you, but there is a move.
If I get my settlement and stuff like that, then I'm going to try to buy my own house.
I feel like you're going to move, and it's going to be a better place for you. Let's see.
Think we're going to get that little girl back?
Oh, absolutely. I got that right away. I feel like what you're going through, they don't have a leg to stand on what they're doing.
Nothing anymore. Yep, after they did that. Yep.
And I feel like you will get your child back, your grandchild. I feel like this was a terrible thing to go through, but I feel like it was also to teach you too. And I hope that you can think of what you've learned besides the negative. Think of something positive, even after your settlement. If you can think of something positive that you've learned. I believe that the universe is working for us and not against us. Now, that don't mean people are always working for our best interest. And that's why I say use your guidance when you meet new people, and ask your guides, what intention and motivation do these people have? And your guides will tell you in some kind of way. I think your guides talk through your stomach. I feel like you get a little cramp or a queasy when you meet wrong intentioned people.
if I go after those people that tried to cause trouble for me, will I win? Will I win the lawsuit though if I go after the people?
Absolutely. Yes.
Trouble.
Yes, I feel that. And I feel like it'll take about 1.5 years, but it's worth going through.
Oh yeah. Even if I don't get anything, it would be my satisfaction.
Yes, but I do
Showing
believe that
them
you
how
will be
much they
getting.
hurt us. Yeah, how much they hurt us. Put them back. Okay.
So, are you with me still?
Yep.
Okay. So I sense a really good summer. I feel like everything is going to go really well with you and your family and your living situation. Is your leg bothering you? I feel like there's a leg issue.
Yep. I had a car accident, and that ankle is killing me. And the lawyer only did one lawsuit thing, and I had two car accidents in a month's time, but only did one.
Oh.
He said they only did one settlement thing, so they're trying to settle one now. And it's been like 2 or 3 years, but we ain't gonna get much. That's what makes me mad. He didn't go after much for him.
Okay. Well, I feel like things are gonna change like around the fall. I feel that's when you get your abundance. I'm feeling September, October, and it's probably the first lawsuit, not the one that's going to be involved with the other woman.
How long will that? How long will that second one take with them people?
That will be timely. I get about 2 years.
I don't care. As long as
I'm so sorry that you went through that, and I thank you so much for calling, and thank you so much for allowing me to share with you.
You're welcome.
You take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone, for listening and calling in. Stay tuned. We have more shows, and I will see you next week. I'm signing off. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. Thank you so much for being here today or tonight or whenever you are listening. I hope you're doing awesome. I'm Andrea Bacon, and I do readings, channel messages from your spirit guides and angels and loved ones on the other side. I also help with mindset repatterning to help you align with your most desired outcomes. And right now is a wonderful time to do some self-reflection, some inner work, that shadow work, to release anything that is still not serving you, that you might still be holding on to. It could be any, energy that feels dense, heavier emotions that some may still be dealing with at this time, because a lot of these are stored in our heart chakra. And it can create blocks. They are closing down the heart chakra, which can stifle self-love, and self-care might take a back seat. And we don't want that. We want an optimal functioning of the heart chakra and all of the chakras, actually. But with the heart chakra, it's really helpful because when it's, flowing well, it helps us to be able to give and receive, whether this be love or, just in general. And our giving and receiving is our masculine and feminine energies that we all carry innately within us. And so when that is balanced, it is a beautiful thing. And now we're going to go take a call from Renee.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. So how can I help you?
I'm just calling in to ask, are things going to get better?
Okay. Let me pull you some cards. So your angels are around you. I feel like I'm having this visual of them standing near you, and they're helping you to clear out like denser energies, kind of like I was just talking about. They're helping you to be able to feel them more, in order to feel like this loving energy that you have around you. They want you to know that, you are really strong, and you're a strong manifester. And they want to remind you to put that beautiful white, divine white light around you on a daily basis, kind of to block out energy that might be coming from, outside of you that is in alignment with where you want to go. It is showing me that you've been kind of like stagnant and like a stalemate here. But this has kind of been put in place by Spirit to help you have a different perspective.
Right.
Okay. So let's see. So I've got some, like after we start with this competitive energy, or more of a like almost could even be like a verbally, like abuse type of situation from the past. And they're showing me this energy of you healing and having like this immense strength and hope. They keep bringing up strength, of how strong you are, but they are saying that you're going to get what the reciprocity that you deserve, the equal give and take. And so, yes, the answer to your question is yes. Does that make sense?
So everything is going to start to work out for me.
Yes. Do you have like something specific you want me to look into?
Financially.
Okay. Yes, because one of the cards. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that one of these cards that I've got so far is like that equal give and take, and that means you will be able to receive more. I feel, okay, so somebody, like, there's an energy here of holding on too tightly to something, and balance needs to come in for that. It's almost like that. It makes you in this energy of being left out in the cold, so to speak. And it feels like it comes from your past.
Yes.
Okay. And that there's a male energy, maybe a father energy attached to this pattern. Would that make sense to you?
Are you saying that I'm doing it to myself? It's not somebody's doing it to me, correct?
Well, no, I mean, it's just, it's not about like blaming self or even blaming anybody. It's just conditions that we've learned from childhood.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the advice right now is to really kind of meditate, go into a healing mode where you take a step back. Okay, this is going to help you have like epiphany type, a message is going to come in. You're going to have like an awareness come in to your perception that is going to help you. And then things are going to move forward. And then you are going to also have, after that process, you're going to have an offer or a financial offer come in, and that's going to bring imbalance to the situation. And you actually are going to be able to really have a strong, sturdy foundation moving forward after that. So definitely things are going to get better. I'm happy to tell you that.
I'm very happy to hear that. Last question.
Yeah. Great.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Is my mom okay?
Your mom, let's see.
She's alive. She's alive.
Uh-huh.
She's alive. Am I doing everything right by my mom?
Okay. Let's see. So, yeah, I'm seeing like all this paperwork that somebody, I don't know if you guys have been trying to help your mom with like legalities or just certain things, tasks that have to get done, but I'm seeing like paperwork scattered all over a desk, and there's like a little bit of an overwhelming feeling with, associated with what you guys are doing for your mother.
But it's not bad, right?
No, exactly. It's not bad. It's just there's just this message coming through to ground yourself and take a step back again, and sort out the situation in a way that's so that you're not overwhelmed. Like
my day, like a normal day that I have every day. I understand.
Exactly. Like make sure you're de-stressing make sure you're taking care of yourself so that you can take care of anybody else.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
You made me feel so much better. Thank you.
I'm so happy. Just you're like a leader in is what they're telling me, and just they want you to remember to leave the past behind and look forward to the future and know that things are going to get better. A lot of self-care is coming in for you right now, so that's something that they're wanting you to focus on, and they're saying believe in yourself. Like you have all the answers, and things are going to be okay. So yeah, like I said, there is going to be some type of offer coming in later. It's just right now, keep taking care of yourself, and de-stressing and taking time to rest, to meditate, to listen to healing music and that type of stuff. They're talking about feeding yourself nourishing food. Like I see cooking soup, stirring soup in a pot.
Ooh, okay, I can deal that.
Yeah, like focus on nutrition.
Okay.
Yeah. And
that's great.
Yeah, and just release anything that is tied to the past that makes you feel low. Work on that as well, so that that won't move forward with you, and it'll be a lot easier for you to bring in more that you're gonna, those situations that you're wanting to come in. It's gonna really help with that as well.
Take care of myself, meditate, relax, let it go.
Yep, and like you have a lot of energy that is actually abundant.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very
I need
welcome.
that.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks. Have a great day. And so if anybody would like to check out my services, my products, I'm at mindbodynourish.etsy.com. And I do readings, and I have perfumes on there that I make with essential oils that help raise your vibration and put you in alignment. So thank you very much.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Insights into Consciousness on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host for this segment today with Insights into Consciousness. And today I'm going to do one reading on the air. But first, I wanted to talk to you about Mercury in retrograde. So I'm also having to remind myself about this. And this is also why I wanted to focus on the topic, because whenever you teach something or you talk about it, you tend to learn more and more about it. And the more I talk about it, trying to give other people basically like an idea of what Spirit wants them to know, the more I will get those messages from Spirit. So first of all, when I say Spirit, I have to explain what that means, because this practice is not religious. It is actually an ability, and that includes all religions and all walks of life. So because there is not only one type of human with one religion, we do readings, or at least I do readings, on all religions and all cultures and all walks of life. I am not going to only be partial to a Christian, or I'm not just going to be partial to a Buddhist. I will do readings on every religious background and every culture, because I'm not racist. I'm not biased in any way. I pride myself in that. And I love that I have really worked with a lot of cultures and different races and religions, and have learned a huge amount from the people that I've worked with and from their spirit guides. So when I do a session, I'm basically talking to their spirit guides and to them subconsciously or their higher self. So it's really just about me learning from interpreting the messages from Spirit on the other side. When I talk about Spirit, it could be the Holy Ghost, what could be called the Holy Ghost, the Spirit, Chi, that it's also called Chi. It's also called, just your ancestors, your spirit guides, loved ones who have passed, and other people that you may have associations with who are even now living. So I still get messages from people who are currently still alive on the planet. And the way that that happens is through remote viewing. And we know that this is a thing they've used in the military for a very long time. And as a matter of fact, the Oracle of Delphi from way back in the ancient times, the Babylonians, this has been a practice for a very long time. And this is something that is an ability. It's something that helps other people. It's so much. So I just really want to talk about Mercury in retrograde and how that really ties into what I'm talking about Spirit. So first of all, right now I'm just going to ask Spirit, which would be guides and angels that want the current viewers, whoever's going to come across this video, to tell me exactly what they want me to say. I have not rehearsed this or thought about it. It's just by the seat of my pants, just on the fly. So, I'm going to start the reading now, basically, and anybody who watches gets this download. So I'm hearing basically that Mercury in retrograde is a bringing out the darkness. When we're having a Mercury in retrograde, people do tend to make it an excuse. But on the other hand, it is a time where communication can get confused or confusing. Even electronics can work in a weird way or not work at all. We have things that happen with the house pipes, the plumbing, the washer, the dryer, things like that. Because quantum physics, it's not anything other than science. But I don't want to go too far on my stuff, because I'm very scientifically based and I'm very factually based. So to kind of adhere to what Spirit's telling me everyone needs, and not just the way I'm thinking, is that Mercury in retrograde shows us the dark side. It shows us all the stuff we were stuffing. It shows us and brings up this time of the moon cycle, basically, or not just the moon, but the planet cycle, is similar to the moon cycle of the dark moon. Or, it's kind of like the new moon. So basically, it's turning off the light to leave you on your own for a while and let you suffer. And I know that sounds kind of dramatic, but the truth is that we all need to deal with our stuff that we need to process, because we get into survival mode. And what happens is we stuff and we stuff all the things we're dealing with and all the spiritual growth we need to do. We go about our day and we just hide it. We stuff it in the background. We ignore it. And it has to come to light eventually. It has to come to fruition, because what the other option is that it grows into this thing that's in the dark and becomes kind of like a monster in your life. And you're on autopilot. This is also your subconscious mind, our subconscious mind, mine too now. And it's really important to let yourself during Mercury in retrograde have some rest, relaxation. Stay calm when you talk about things, because there's a lot of miscommunication that can go on right now between people in relationships, meaning any type of relationship. Even people with their pets can have miscommunications. And it's important during Mercury in retrograde, which is actually over this week, by the way. I believe it's on Wednesday. I'm actually going to check my calendar. Yes. So tomorrow, January 18th, the Mercury in retrograde ends and we'll go direct. But then after that, we have up to 2 weeks where it will take some time to get back to normal. No contracts, no travel plans during that time. You know, you can check, you can Google, see when the next one is, put it on your calendar. Know that that may be a really difficult time emotionally, even hormonally, also relationship-wise, communication-wise, plan-wise, contract-wise, appliances, anything electrical-wise, the house, the plumbing. A lot of it is connected to the weather as well. Don't think this doesn't include our ecosystem. This is very closely tied to the ecosystem. So remember that it's not just you, it's all of us together. And remember, this is the time that if you need something or you need help, to go ahead and reach out to other people and to ask for support. People who can lend you their support need to be helpful and useful during this time as well, because this is a great time for people to exercise how they can serve others with the suffering they've gone through and with their personal pain. So this is very, very important. I'm so excited to do my reading today. I can feel it's going to have a lot of positive energy already. So the other thing is that the veil is a little thinner during Mercury in retrograde, and I'm feeling that too. So it's a little bit of a thinner separation from your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, your higher self and your shadow self. Everybody has a higher self. Everybody has a shadow self. So, you know, try not to think that it's a mental illness. It can affect you if you do have some sort of a diagnosis with mental health. Spirit wants me to tell the audience that mental health mostly has to do with, oh my goodness, diet, self-care, drug use, alcohol abuse, and trauma. So those are a few things you can, you know, rewind this and get those 5 things. Figure out how to resolve those issues in your life if you want to have the best mental health possible, and then increase the diet substantially. All the things, you can go to Dr. Amen's clinic online, Dr. Amen Clinics. He is the leading psychiatrist who does brain scans and knows all the dietary stuff for brain health. He even has supplements. I personally really like him. That would be my source. You can look up what he has and get it on Amazon too, if it's, you know, not what you want or it's too pricey, but his products tend to be really good. So I'm just throwing that out there. And if you sign up for text, you get coupons. So that might help too. But as always, remember that you can contact me and get a reading from me. I'd love to do one for you. It's Anna Olson, intuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen. And I can also be reached at Anna Olson Intuitive on Facebook. That Facebook messaging system is a little weird. It can be very difficult to get to on the business pages. But if you really want to get a hold of me, you can reach me on Instagram at the @ and then it's Tiny Medium Queendom. So just Tiny Medium Queendom, and I'll pop up. You can message me there. And then also there's a link on my link tree from my Instagram page and my Facebook pages to TikTok, which is really like my main platform right now. It's the newest one. It's the most popular and upcoming app at the moment. I know that it'll probably have its day and go away, but as of now, I've been getting hundreds of thousands of views and thousands of, you know, tens of thousands of likes. And like, you know, it's really blown up. And I guess people really care about the content that I share there, and it's really helped some people. So you can also go there, find my link tree on there and contact me through there. And I just want you to know that you can get a lot of free content there too. And I keep posting. People just want more and more. So I'd really try to keep up with posting there. So contact me for a reading anytime. I can also do life coaching. I don't have to read you at all if you don't want me to. I can also offer my training in life coaching through an amazing program that I've gone through and graduated from. So there's that. And, I do have a lot of experience with people with special needs, and I also have a lot of experience with children, families. I've also staffed torch trainings in Los Angeles through a program to enable teens to do better in their lives. So I'm going to do a reading now. I have Diane from England on the line, and I'd like to switch over to her now. Diane, are you there?
I am.
How are you today?
Not too bad.
Good to hear. I'm excited to do your reading today.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know if you have a specific question or if there's a topic you'd like for me to focus on today.
Well, I lost somebody very close back at the end of May last year, and I can't stop grieving for them.
Okay, so you lost somebody last year?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Sorry?
It's a little hard to hear on the line, so I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're in some pretty deep grief right now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that. I am going to ask your spirit guides what would be the best course for you now and how we can best guide you in the amount of time we have today to get you to the right place. So it seems to me like this individual had some pretty had a pretty rough upbringing or life in general.
Yeah.
I feel, was there military influence of some sort?
No.
Because I feel like warrior, or this guy is somebody who really had to fight his way through a lot of his life.
No.
No. Okay. Well, I think that's what the military thing is kind of representing right now. That when somebody has a rough past, that sometimes they have to become a warrior. And so that's just basically what I was getting with that. A lot of like turmoil and things like that. And I'm wondering, did you have any specific questions about this person?
No, not really. I just feel a bit guilty because I've kept an eye on the person for 3 weeks, and he died in hospital because he was taken in, and I feel guilty that I never got a doctor sooner.
Oh, okay. Well, that's always, I think, very common when people lose someone, but because it's common not to visit shortly before they pass for people. And it's also common to have guilt surrounding their loss. But the main thing that I feel like Spirit wants you to know right now is that you are extremely capable. The reason why you're feeling this so strongly, according to your spirit guides, is because you are it's kind of like you go through processes like this very quickly. You want to you get things done very quickly in this sense. So they're saying you're taking it all on at once. And some people take many, many years to grieve, and some people can get it done a little sooner because they're just a little more prone to healing and getting through it. So I'm wondering, do you have like a background that helps you to process this better, or do you usually kind of just put your emotions out there, or?
I lost both my parents, and it took me a long time to get over my dad. And my mum went about 14 years ago, but my dad went 43 years ago. And I still think of my dad, but in a different way now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got all their pictures all around, and I talk to them.
Yeah, I think that's great that you talk to them because they can hear you. You know, our loved ones can always hear us when we talk to them. But I mean, I also think that you've had some practice on losing people, and I think this is just like your body and your spirit and everything just kind of being like, okay, let's just get this over with and do the grieving process. But the good thing is that it'll be over quicker that way. So I think it's important for you to just practice a lot of self-care and to be very patient with yourself right now. I feel that you are a very like generally good, generous person. And it's out of your, it's out of your comfort zone to feel like this. And that's why I think you're seeking some guidance right now, because this is very uncomfortable. You're not somebody who feels sorry for themselves. You're not, used to any of this for a long period of time. And the main message from him that I'm getting is that you did everything just the way that you needed to do it. And it's okay. He's saying it's okay. He's fine. And he isn't upset. This is mainly just about your feelings about the topic. You wanted to see him beforehand. And he wants you to know that you can still have contact with him. Like right now you're having contact with him again. You got through the phone line. I feel like that was a blessing that you really had, that pathway carved out for you. And he's showing me walks in the trees or in nature. Does that make sense to you? Do you walk outside or do you go on walks?
Yeah, we lived near the hills, and we were always all going up to the hills. A bit old now, but it was like a second home when we were children growing up.
Oh, that's so sweet. So he's saying he'll talk to you when you go back out to the hills and you do your walks, you walk around. He will give you signs and messages in nature. So you can look for birds, particularly gray and blue birds, that will be following you or really singing to you and looking at you and kind of following you around. And they're very happy and they're reminding you that you'll get through this and that you will come out on the other side and be happy again. And the loneliness that you're feeling throughout this process is going to be temporary. And the other thing that he wants you to look for are yellow flowers and to see how that is. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
How so?
Oh, he loved growing flowers.
Okay. Because I feel like that you'll see them at just the right time. And that is just him letting you know that you're not alone. He's still with you. He's still around you. And he's going to do this in a way that is very fun and playful so that you can feel joy again. And he's going to help you get through that, which is really wonderful. But I think it may take a little time for you to notice these signs, which is normal. But after a while, when you start healing and getting a little more aware of your surroundings with the spiritual signs, you'll begin seeing the birds, the yellow flowers. There's something about the trees. And I'm feeling like there's an angel in the trees. Like he's showing me like there's a little girl even that's kind of an angel in the trees when you're out walking.
Right. Is he with my mum and dad now?
Your mom and dad? Yes, absolutely. They're all together and they're all kind of in on this together. So you'll get signs from all of them periodically. And each one will come in at just the right time. I feel like your mother wants to make more contact because I feel like she wants to work on being closer to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does in a way.
So she is showing me that when she's looking at her life path, when she passed, she was shown everything that happened in her life. And when she saw her relationship with you, she had some issues with how she conducted herself as a parent. And she wished she could have done it better. But what she's telling me is that she did not have the wherewithal or the awareness to be more involved or be closer or more attached or whatnot. She was she's saying that her growth was stunted from trauma or from some difficult things in childhood, which isn't uncommon.
Yeah, I know she had a strict upbringing.
Yeah, and there was specifically somebody at a school, a male at a school, that was very harmful to her. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No, I'm not aware of that. No.
Did she go to a private school or be around maybe?
No, she didn't go to a private school. No, we've been workers all our lives.
Yeah, oh, that's okay. No, I'm trying to figure out who this man is that I'm seeing. It looks like a school environment or a church environment. Did she go to church?
Yeah, we were going to church with Methodists, and Mum and I went on the Sunday, and my husband.
Okay, because I feel like she's really showing me even the Catholic signs and all of that too. I think there's something in her upbringing where she's just explaining to you that she would have liked to have been closer, and she would have liked to be more aware, engaged, involved mother to you. So she's going to do what she can now, but she's also saying, we're over here in the spirit world. You're where you are, and you living to the end of your lifespan as long as you can will still be just a drop in the sea compared to eternity. So she's saying we have eternity to work on this, and it won't be long before you're with them again. And they're very excited to have you there. Of course, live out your entire lifespan, but it's just, she's saying that this is all going to come to light. And the amount of joy that you're going to feel when you guys are all reunited is going to be well worth what you're experiencing now.
All right. Well, you can talk to the spirit, and you give my mum, dad, and my brother a lot of love.
Absolutely, I will. And let me know if you'd like to speak to me again. You can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, and it's on this post too, and on this video. Okay, so thank you so much for calling in, Diane.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was just like a quick example. I loved connecting with her family. And sometimes when we started reading, and we have a little bit of a communication barrier there, but I know that when I first started the reading, there was definitely the feeling of like somebody in the military. And then I see militant from experiences in life, difficult experiences. So sometimes spirit is just so symbolic. You'll see somebody in the military, and that doesn't actually mean they were in the army or something. That just means that they had to become a soldier of a war within their own battle. And that's very common with warrior spirits or with people who have had significant disadvantages or just struggles early on in life, especially. But a thing to remember is that our childhoods are sometimes hard because we need that training later in life. And there's no way we can do what we were contracted to do later in life without those issues or those things. Of course, we don't try to put our kids into the way of harm. That's not the point. The point is that whatever happens to us along the way, according to other people's choices, can always be made good, and it can always be made into a skill set that gives us a miraculous, basically an opening of a cocoon. Like you're kind of like in this enclosed space, it's uncomfortable, and you come out with your wings. Before then, you don't have wings. And really, freedom usually comes from experiencing the free agency and free choice of others and how they affect us, and then figuring out what to do with that, figuring out what to do with the free agency of other people. Everyone is teaching us all the time. And of course, defend yourself and defend your children. I'm not saying we need to go through pain to be okay. I'm saying that we need to come to a place of an intense amount of self-preservation and defense, and learning and growing through our experiences. No matter what someone else does, we are making the right decisions for ourselves and our families, regardless of what someone else does, with what we have what we know, and where we are. And when Spirit shows me this beautiful family, and I really feel like she just had a great connection to these parents, and getting that little slice of heaven touching my heart, is amazing. I am always feeling so positive, no matter what. Whenever I feel the energy from these families and the love between parents and children, and it's just timeless, it's eternal. And if the parents aren't good, they can try to make up for it in many ways. And they can also just pick other people to be, you can pick other people to be around in the spirit world. If your parents were awful, or your family was awful, or you were adopted, or whatever, there are many choices in the afterlife. There are many, many options with our spirit guides and angels. So I want to clarify that. I also want to talk about, speaking of family, I had this long break from my show and from work, for the holidays, my holiday break and my vacation. And my husband took me out to this wonderful staycation, and I'm actually wearing a shirt that he got me for Christmas. And then I got this from my son. This is my beautiful heart angel necklace. On the other side, beautiful blue. And you can kind of look into it, gaze into it, and there's a lot of like designs and sparkles in here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then I'm actually, it's so funny because I do a radio show and I can do this. I'm wearing my mama bear slippers from my other son. And I feel pretty spoiled and surrounded by the love of my family. And that's what I'm kind of like putting out there through my show today, is that I've got a little piece of everybody I love here in my space to kind of launch me into the new year, to like help me to know, like, I just feel like I'm surrounded by so much love and the people who are near and dear to my heart. And it doesn't even matter if your communication's off from Mercury in retrograde that we're going through right now. It doesn't matter if you're in grief. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with all the issues people are dealing with. You can still be connected to spirit. And that's actually the time to be connected to spirit the most, because that's the time when we need help. We need somebody to hold us up. We need a crutch. We need angels to hold us up and to help us like keep up with everything we have to do despite the stress or the process. And then when you come out of the other side of this process, it's just bigger, brighter, beautiful, and the sun is shining again, right? It's like getting through that rain cloud in the airplane or through the path on the ground, getting through the rain. So always contact me if you need me. I would love to do a reading for you. AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. On Facebook, I'm Anna Olson Intuitive. And then on Instagram, it's at Tiny Medium Queendom. And then you can also get this podcast on Spotify under A1R Radio, under Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. It's also on YouTube, Facebook. Get a hold of me. I'd love to talk to you. I hope that you have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for being a witness to my work today. I hope to speak with you soon and see you next time.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome again to the Psychic Side Radio TV podcast here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, Enlightening TV, and other fine places. We're the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. It doesn't matter who's #2. That just doesn't matter. So you're here and you're with the best, so we appreciate that. Now, if you're new to the program, I want to welcome you, but I need to tell you that you're a little bit behind. We've been on the air now for several months, and so you need to know I have a solution for you. You can go to the YouTube channel, go to Moonstruck TV, and you can binge watch. You can binge watch a few episodes at a time, and then you can go and watch Bridgerton or whatever else you'd like to watch on Netflix or whatever else you want to watch. But just watch a few episodes at a time until you catch up, and then you'll know everything that we've been talking about for the past several months. But I appreciate you being here. I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm from Texas. I'm a psychic medium. I do a bunch of other stuff too. I'm an author, and I have a little order camera, and I travel around, the Southwest and Midwest region of the United States. And this week I am staying home. Last week I was at the Dallas Yoga Fest, and I got to meet a Swami. It was fascinating. I never met a Swami, and so it was really interesting. It was a really, really nice event, and I was pleased that they invited me to come. Also, last week I talked about the third house of the zodiac. Now, I like to talk a little bit about astrology, and I do it from a different perspective than maybe other astrologers do. They'll talk about eclipses, and they talk about new moons and things like that, and they're important. And I don't need to talk about those because you're going to hear from somebody else. So I'm going to talk about things that are a little bit different because astrology is such a huge topic. It's something that it takes a lifetime to learn, and even then you only scratch the surface, which is amazing because it just has such a wealth of information, and it's very rewarding if you learn it. And some people just gravitate to it, and I'm just one of them. I don't know why, but I always have. Ever since I was a young person, I gravitated to astrology, more Western astrology than Eastern. But I like Eastern as well. It's just a little bit more complicated for me to learn. So last week I talked about the third house of the zodiac, which is naturally the sign of Gemini. We're in Gemini right now. Lots of things going on with that particular sign, and especially with Saturn being in Pisces. Now, why is that important? Because Pisces is another mutable sign like Gemini. And you're starting to see the presidential race light up, and we're seeing lots of mutable sign candidates getting into the race. Of course, there's Donald Trump, who's a Gemini. You have Mr. DeSantis, the governor of Florida, who's a Virgo. So is Tim Scott. You have Chris Christie, who's a Virgo. You have several Virgos in there. We've only had 2 Virgo presidents from what I can remember. So they have a little bit of a hard time getting elected, but they can. It's just that when you talk to a Virgo, Virgos are very, very practical people, and they want just the facts, and they're very analytical and detailed. So when you listen to these folks speak, listen for the detail. And we have one Leo in the race. We have Vivek, and we have one Capricorn, a 29-degree Capricorn, Nikki Haley. And that brings me to my astrology topic today, which is the 29th degree. And I know you'll be excited about hearing that too. The 29th degree of a sign is called the critical degree or the fated degree. Some people say the fame degree. It's the last degree of every sign because every sign has 30 degrees in it. But the last degree is the one where something can happen. It's the weakest part of the sign, but yet it's the sign. It's the area where a person or the native does something, and there could be problems. There could be problems in the area where that particular degree rests, and so it's just something that I think you should know because right now I'm looking at the chart of the United States, and if you followed the program, I talk about that quite a bit because the planet Pluto, and I've been watching Pluto too, because we only have a few minutes on our program, and we can't really talk about a lot of things in super detail. But Pluto is in the same place that it was during the American Revolution, and when it's at the 29th degree of Capricorn, Capricorn is the sign of power, of corruption, government. There's lots of good things in Capricorn, but in this particular case, when in the case of the United States, it's about strength, willpower. It's something that we need to pay attention to. And now we see this government corruption really raising its head at the 29th degree. So you're seeing the DOJ do some things that are rather unusual to kind of cover its tracks, to make its opponents go away. And it's of course it's my perception, but it's something that I think is worth considering because the 29th degree, if you have it in your chart, you look to see where that planet is and where it is in your chart. That's the whole key, where these aspects are in your chart, because we've talked about what the houses mean, and in the house of the second house of the United States, that's about the land. It's about values. We're going through so many changes in our values right now. We're going through changes with our money. All of these things are second house issues. They're really very much in the news. And with 29 degrees Capricorn, it's something to watch because the government is really going to exert itself, or at least the corruption in the government's going to be showing itself out. So because this is when something happens. This is the critical degree. It's 29 degrees retrograde. And so it's already gone past the 29th degree, but once before. So this is the second pass of the 29th degree. And so when it goes forward again, then we'll see the fruition of some of these things. So I wanted to just bring that out and let you know because there are certain candidates in the presidential race that have prominent 29 degrees. I'm not going to say who they are, but there's always trouble around them. So, but we'll talk about that later. Now, I'm told we have a caller, and so I'd like to go to Debbie in South Jordan, Utah. So, Debbie, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, Debbie. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Fine. You have a question for me, or because it just seems to me that you've been quite upset over something here lately, and does this involve a relationship?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to see if you could,
Pardon me?
maybe my help, or if you can connect to my sister on the other side.
Your sister on the other side. Okay. Was there illness, cancer, or something around her?
strokes and strokes.
She had a stroke,
Had many strokes.
a mini stroke.
Many of
Okay.
them.
Well, a lot of times
No,
when
many.
people have, so you said
Many of
several
them, like
strokes.
several.
Several strokes. Okay.
Several.
Well, a lot of times when you have strokes, it's due to like blood clots, or there's different things that cause those things. So she may have had some issues with clotting, or she may have had some issues with some blockages in some of her arteries. But it also seems to me, did she have some headaches? Did she complain of any headaches right before she passed away?
No. She had
Okay.
diabetes.
Have you been having headaches?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, it just seems like I don't know. We might not be connecting with her right now, because I've got some other energies around you that are trying to get involved here. But we can focus on your sister. How long ago was it that she passed away?
It's been almost 11 years.
11 years. So your sister passed away after having several strokes, and so she became more debilitated after each stroke, or she just had and one stroke finally took her life. Does that make sense, or was there something else that finally took her life?
No, that she had a couple of little strokes, and those couple little strokes is what got her, and she passed away.
Okay. Okay. Is there a birthday or some type of anniversary coming up around her?
Yes, her birthday is next month.
Okay. Because she's, what I'm hearing from her is that she's glad that you contacted her in this way, because she knows that you'll be thinking about her on her birthday. She knows that you miss her a great deal. She says that we're all best of friends, or are we all real close?
Sort of close, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, that may be one reason why she's not coming in real strong, is because you weren't super close. And sometimes when we're not real close to someone, they are a little bit, they're not as forthcoming. And that's going to be my next topic in our show today, is about what people say to us when they cross over. The thing about it is that your sister appears to be okay in spirit. She seems to be a person that, for me, and I can only tell you what my impressions of her was, she was someone that liked her privacy. Okay, she was someone that didn't say everything to everyone. And when she got ill, and I do feel like there was illness around her prior to these several strokes that she had, she might not have acknowledged it. I don't know if she smoked or what. Did she smoke at all?
Yes.
Okay. Because it just seems like she had some other extenuating circumstances. And I'm not sure, did she not live in the same area with you?
Yes, she did.
She did. She lived, but y'all didn't talk every day.
Right.
Okay. Okay. What questions do you have for her?
Just that I miss her and her daughter. They are both passed over.
Okay.
And
Well,
my family thinks of her all the time.
Okay. So I'm sorry about her daughter passed away as well. I don't know. These two just don't seem to want to talk a lot today. I don't know why, but it just seems like we're kind of pulling teeth from them. But it does seem like she does acknowledge you, and she says that she's like I say. I think she was a private person. She was very close to her family, to her nuclear family. And it's not that she was estranged from you or anything. It's just that she seemed to be a person that stayed, that liked her privacy, didn't like everybody to know all of her business. That's what I'm seeing. Now, is mother also in spirit?
No.
Okay.
No,
So you have a
my mother's
grandmother in
alive.
spirit? You have a grandmother in spirit?
No, just my
Grandmother's not
my
in spirit?
my and her oldest daughter.
Okay, but grandmother is still here as well?
Not granddaughter, it would be her daughter.
No. Your grandmother is your grandmother in spirit.
Yes, both of my grandmothers are in spirit.
Okay, because I feel like she's around some older women as well. Okay, so you have family on the other side, and you have your
Yes.
sister, and you have her oldest daughter. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, they both seem to be doing okay. I'm not sure of the circumstances about the older daughter. Um, I don't know. Did she pass away as an adult or teen? An older teen?
She would just turn 21.
Okay. Were there drugs involved or anything with her?
Yes, an overdose.
Okay. An overdose. Okay. Because it just seems to me like there was something there that, like I say, they don't really want to talk about it that much, but as we get into it, there's more that's being revealed. And I just want you to know that your sister is there to nurture her daughter, and your grandmother is there to be with her family, with the family. But they are doing okay, and they're very happy, that you've called in today to speak to them. So thank you very much for calling today. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Well, take care. Now we do have another caller. Let's go ahead and take the other caller, and then we'll talk about our second topic. Okay, we have Priya coming in, and Priya, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from London in the UK. Hi, John. Great to speak to you.
From London. Okay, well, very good. Well, Priya, are you close to your father or a father figure?
Yes, my father died 5 years ago, but was very close to him.
Okay, because it just feels like he's still very, very much a part of your life. Because this is a man I feel for me was a little bit bigger than life. He was always someone that you were a little bit in awe of. Does that make sense? Priya?
Very much. Yeah.
Well, so your father was a little bit bigger than life. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So, when we have someone who has such a big influence on us in life, it's very hard to just let them go because we depend on them with the wisdom of the ages, if you want to call it that. And so I want you to know he's there, he's around you. And what I'm hearing from him is that you have a lot of wisdom as well, Priya. He said that you learned so much from him, and he says you understand the ways of the world. Okay. He says that you are in some ways taking his place as far as being the wise one. And he says that you need to just have some confidence in yourself and realize that you can only do the best that you can. And he says that, I doubted myself too at times, but I made the best decisions I could based on the information that I had. And he says that you'll do the same thing. He says that you're a very good person. Now, Priya, have you ever been in nursing or healing of any sort? Priya? Hello, Priya. Are you still with us? Okay. Well, it just seems that, we have these folks in our lives that are bigger than life. Sometimes it's a parent, sometimes it's a coach, sometimes it's a religious person, sometimes it's a grandfather or grandmother. And there's just something special about these folks, these people that always seem to have an answer, or they have a quip, or they have a personality that makes you feel welcomed, or that they were charismatic in their way. And so, as we're trying to get Priya back on the phone, this is what I wanted to talk about today, because as you can see that in our first caller, our first caller, I'm so sorry that she lost her sister and her niece. But many times when someone has an overdose or they've taken their life, they don't come in very quickly because they seem to be shy. At least to me, they do. I can only speak to how people come in and present themselves. But with Priya, you could just feel her dad's presence. It's almost like he's still here. He's such a powerful figure in her life. And he has an energy about him that is warm and friendly and is very nurturing and kind. And those are the kind of people that we remember in our life. Those are the examples that we strive to meet when we are in other situations. And you know what happens in life is that you're usually one of the youngest or the youngest for the longest time, and before you know it, you're the oldest. And that's kind of what's happened to me. I'm now the old man of the family, and I go, what happened? I was the baby of the family for all those years, and now all those folks are gone, and I'm the oldest, and then there's a kind of a responsibility that you feel being the oldest, and like, what am I being the oldest for? So it's very interesting. But I think we have Priya back. Priya, are you back?
We do. I am.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a big thunderstorm here. Like the rain could be affecting.
Oh, the weather is affecting your internet?
I think so. Very strong thunderstorm.
I hate it when that happens. It's terrible.
Well, it just started 5 minutes before you called me.
Oh my. Well, it happens here all the time too. We get the wind or something that just takes the internet away, and then all of a sudden you're in limbo, and you just have to kind of see it through. But Priya, I'm just delighted to be in contact with your dad's spirit, because he seems to be such a good man. And is your mother still here?
She is, yeah.
Okay, because it seems like mom and dad cared very much about one another. Did they stay together?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and so he's reaching out to your mother right now, and so please let her know that he's doing okay, and that he still loves her very much, as he does the rest of the family. He's doing all right as well, and it just seems to me, were there some hard issues around him?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Well, Priya, is there a question you have before we move on? But
So
what would
I have
you
a
like to
question.
ask?
Really, I have a question about a job. Actually, I'm applying for a role as a chief of staff for an organisation, and I'm just. It is a bit of a stretch, but I'm really, I'm kind of in this big transition and threshold in my life, and I'm just really curious about, if you have any insights on whether this is the right role for me or something else, or what's happening in my working life, really.
Okay. Well, Priya, have you ever been in the medical profession at all, or a nurse or anything?
No.
Okay. Is there any nurses around you or any medical people?
I have doctor friends who are
Doctor
doctors.
friends. Okay. Well, getting back to your job application, what is your birth sign?
Taurus.
You're Taurus. Okay. Well, Taurus you're a little bit overdue. You need to go for this job. The thing about it is, if you're going for a job that is out of your comfort zone, then you just have to prepare for it, and you have to either get additional education or certification or whatever to make yourself more qualified. But I like this. I like this energy you have of getting out of your comfort zone and reaching for something that has previously maybe you felt beyond you. And this goes back to what your dad was saying about your self-confidence. It's good that you're having the confidence that you can do this next position. It's just that when you go in for interviews, let them know you're confident. Let them know you really want the job. And I'm not going to guarantee that you're going to get it, but I think that you're going to make a really good impression on them. And I feel like the worst that comes out of it is going to be that you've learned a little bit more about your limits, and you've learned that you
Yeah.
can go beyond them. So
Yeah.
I'm really happy for you that you're trying to get this next position, and so I would
Yeah.
continue to strive for it. And if it's not that one, you're very close to finding something that you're going to be happy with. Okay.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thanks
Okay.
very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So we time just flies. We only have a couple minutes left. But usually, when spirit comes in on mediumship, I'm glad we had the mediumship examples today because they were kind of exactly what I wanted to talk about. A lot of times, people will indicate if they are really close to you, or if they're not. They'll indicate if they were very emotionally available people. Many times, they'll tell you how they passed away. You see, Priya's dad had a heart problem. He was just kind of holding his chest, and the other people were showing me other things, and the other lady wasn't taking everything. But I feel like if she thought about some of the things I said, she may see the angle, or she may be able to make those comments fit. But people will tell you about how they passed away. They'll tell you a little bit about their lives. A lot of times they'll talk about their relationship with you, and they can be very specific. But of course, when you're talking to a spirit, they're going to talk a little bit about the past. They may talk about what's going on in your life right now, but usually for validation purposes, they've got to indicate their relationship with you, and they've got to indicate something that can be validated through the medium, okay? Or the medium's got to validate something through the spirit, if you want to call it that. And by that gives the medium and that gives the conversation credibility, and you can move on from there. So I hope that if you're going to practice your mediumship, or you're going to practice working on your psychic ability, always look for that validation from your client, because that's the sign that you are on target. So with that, we're about ready to close our program. It's like I say, I'm taking a little bit of a break this week. It's my wife's birthday weekend, so we're going to celebrate that, and we're going to take her to a nice dinner. Her mother's birthday is the next day, so we get to celebrate 2 in 1. So we're really happy about that. Also, last week was Father's Day. I want to wish a belated Father's Day to everyone, and also happy belated Juneteenth to anyone that was celebrating that particular holiday. But we're here on the Psychic Side. We're every Tuesday at 5 p.m. here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. Be sure to like my Facebook page, and don't forget to go to Miracles of Joy, their website, and be sure to use their promo code PSO223. I've memorized that, so I use it often. I want this and I want that. So make sure you buy a lot from the Miracles of Joy. They're really great people, and we want to say goodbye for now. Bye-bye.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you've had an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. Here in Australia, we're all shivering through winter. It's sort of, we've had some of our coldest days so far this year, so enough about the weather anyway. I don't like the cold. I hope wherever you are that you are really sort of embracing life and living life to the fullest, because we had a period of time there during the pandemic where everything was so uncertain. We weren't able to go about our day-to-day lives in the way that we were used to. And I think we're slowly getting back to what is now our new normal. I know here in Australia, COVID's raging again, and people are sort of saying, oh, well, so what? Like it's just, I think everybody's become fatigued from it. And I don't know that that's necessarily a good thing, but I do think that we do need to sort of start to take the reins to our own lives again and start to try and get back out there and do the things that are important to us. And I think one of the major things that came out of it was how important our family and our friends are, and the things that we took for granted, that most people now are making an extra effort to make sure that they do connect, they do check in with people and sort of really keep those valuable relationships alive. So this week we've got a rather ambiguous card from the Simply Tarot deck. Quite often we don't feature a sort of a page or a knight or a king or a queen on this show, and it's not by choice. It's just I shuffle the cards, I ask the cards what's the card for the week for the world, but to relate to everybody, and I go with the first card that I draw. So it's not something I sit there and say, oh, this week we're going to have this card or that card. It is random. So this week we've got the Page of Swords. Now, the reason why I'm saying it's an ambiguous card, yes, it can mean a young woman up to the age of 25. If you're a parent, your children are always your children and will always come out as pages and knights, even if they're 55. So that's something we need to clarify. More importantly, it's usually the secondary meaning of this card that's appropriate or applicable to most of us. So it can be the card of spying or deception. Now, most of us hopefully don't go spying on somebody else, but there's a time then sometimes when we do go looking for information that maybe could come under that heading, checking on somebody's cell phone and in their emails and things like that we technically shouldn't do, but we do for what we say is their own benefit, or we're needing to keep an eye on our teenagers or whatever the case may be. It's also the card of deception. Now, this can be you deceiving yourself. It can somebody else deceiving you. So be aware of who and what is around you this week. Be aware of people and their motives and their reasons behind things. It may be why they're connecting with you, or why are they asking those sort of questions. Make sure that you fully understand what their motives are, because they might be trying to gain some valuable information that they can deceive you with or use against you. So just be on your guard a little bit. It, more importantly, quite often is the card of reflecting back over one's shoulder. Now, from time to time, we need to reflect back over our shoulder and look at where we've come from. And that's why I mentioned COVID, because quite often we sort of tend to sort of think something's over. We don't need to reflect back and look at the lessons that we learnt from the past. And COVID's a very good example of that, of making sure that we keep up the connections with our family, our friends. What lessons did we learn during that time? Did we learn better budgeting? Did we learn to clean out the closet? What were the lessons that we learnt? So we need to take some time now to reflect back over our shoulder and see what we learnt or what we gained during that period. So I know it's a fairly complex card for a little card of the Page of Swords, but that's the Page of Swords. So we're going to move on to the astrology section now. And the astrology section is always a very interesting area of the show because I get so many messages in my inbox after the show about people saying that really related to me. I never really took astrology seriously. I didn't realize it was such a science. I thought it was somebody just sitting there sort of guessing and sort of writing a column and sort of saying this is what, Aries is going to do for the week, or Geminis, or whatever. It is a science. It is something that is a very complex subject. I know when I first started studying astrology many, many, many years ago now, I looked at it and I remember saying to my husband, I'm sure this is more complicated than going to university or getting a degree in something. There was so much to learn and so much to unlearn, and it was learning like a whole new alphabet, all those sort of things, because the symbols and things like that were in symbols. They weren't in words. So there was an awful lot of knowledge to learn. And over the years, I suppose the knowledge starts to sink in. You can never know it all. There's always times when you have to go back and reference an encyclopedia or a book on astrology, because sometimes, you sort of feel that there's a piece missing. But it's something that does evolve. It does grow. It is like taking a snapshot of the heavens as we speak now. That's what I do each week before the show. I look at the snapshot of the chart and then I apply it across the 12 signs and what's going to be important to us. So this week we still have the sun in Gemini. The sun's in Gemini only for a few more days. So we need to make hay while the sun shines. It's a time when there's bright ideas, lots of very fast thinking happening at the moment. Ideas are coming and going very fast. So make sure that you get them down on paper or you record them on a device so that you've got them there to expand on in the weeks and months ahead. As the ideas have disappeared out of your mind, you want something there to trigger your memory of what your thoughts were. Why did that come into your head? Was there anything else that you recorded around that time that could be useful? We also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Gemini. Now, Mercury feels very, very comfortable here. He actually rules Gemini, so he's very, very comfortable here with lots and lots of communication. So people are finding that they're getting, lots of messages, lots of phone calls, lots of text messages, emails, that sort of thing. And some people are saying to me, I'm getting very little. So you can never really judge just because Mercury's back in Gemini. Are you going to be inundated with lots of messages? Not always. Sometimes it's more about being private and about sitting with your own thoughts and just allowing bright ideas to come into your mind. It's a time when everything's very fertile and very rich. So don't waste the last few days of both of these planets being in this energy, because once it moves into the next sign of Cancer, things will come to not so much a screaming stop, but they'll take on a completely different flavour of energy. And I don't want you to waste this very powerful time of the mind and the thoughts and new ideas and, motivating us to sort of, maybe start some new projects or get some information together to look at a new project a bit further down the track. We need to work with the energy while it's there, when it's at its strongest. We also have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct Mars, the planet of action. And Mars is also said to be the planet of sex drive sometimes. It's what makes us sexy and appealing to the opposite sex or to the same sex, whatever your preference may be. There's no judgment here. So Venus is asking us to really sort of step out of our comfort zone here. It's sort of, strap your stuff. Venus is in Leo. So Leo is about performance. It's about getting out there and sort of saying to the world, look at me, this is what I can do, this is who I am. Put your best outfit on, do your hair, fix your makeup, make sure you present the best face you can to the world, and go out there and try and meet people. If you're lonely, if you haven't got a relationship, you're looking to get into a relationship, well, now's the time to get out there and put your best foot forward, because you've got real opportunities now to meet somebody that could be very significant in your life. But be aware that they may also be a little bit bold. They may also be out there strutting their stuff and sort of looking for that special someone also, but not necessarily taking on board what that other person has to offer. It's sort of more about look at me, look at me, look at me. So if both of you are in that frame of mind of look at me, look at me, look at me, maybe you might not appreciate or see what the other person has to offer. So make sure that you're aware of that. Mars in Leo is always a fun time, because it means everything that's going on in your life at the moment takes on a bigger, bolder sort of presence. If you're starting a new business or looking to step out and start new ventures, you're going to do it in a very bold and dynamic way. Make sure that you don't tread on toes as you're doing that you don't come across as too bossy and too bombastic. Sometimes people don't like people that are overly enthusiastic. Yes, they want you to have enthusiasm and they want you to have drive, but they don't want you to be sort of like a bull in a china shop and just going that fast that you're bulldozing everything in your path. So there needs to be a balance here, but I'm sure you can bring that into balance, and it's a really perfect time for getting out and about and enjoying what the great outdoors has to offer. I know in the Northern Hemisphere you're in summertime now and you're out barbecuing and having fun and, having family get-togethers in the outdoors, and, enjoy that time because it won't be too long and it'll be cool and cold and you'll be rugging up again in front of the fire like we are here in Australia. So it's always nice to be able to work with the energies that are around you. So we have Saturn, the planet of discipline, is sitting in Aquarius. Now, Saturn in Aquarius is a uncomfortable bedfellows, if you want to put it that way, because Saturn likes everything in a nice structured order, likes to be the boss, likes to tell everybody what to do, likes to sort of have an edge on life that's a little bit on the more somber side. And the Aquarian energy is asking you to think outside the square, be daring, be different, do something different, be a know-it-all. Get out there on your soapbox and spruik your truth. If you know you're right, you're right. And if you thought you were wrong, you were still right. So it's a very sort of ambiguous energy to put those two together. But Saturn's been in Aquarius now for some time, so I suppose they've had to learn to get along in the sandbox together. But interestingly enough, Saturn is making what's known as a very nice aspect, which is known as a sextile to Jupiter. So that means that they're roughly between 55 and 65 degrees apart at the moment in the zodiac. So Jupiter's sitting in Taurus. So Jupiter's asking us to expand our horizons. Now, this can be on a financial front. This can be on the things that are important to you, the things that you value, your value systems. It's asking us to have a very good, serious, long, hard look at the things that are important to us in our lives, the things that you value the most, whether that be family, friends, whether it's your finances, your job, whether you're looking at bringing in a new set of rules that you want to live by, or rules that you want to teach your children or your grandchildren. It's a time there where we can sort of really bring things into a balance where we've got some new creative thinking from Saturn in Aquarius, but we've also got the tried and true of the Taurian energy, and Jupiter saying we can have a really nice expansion of balance of both. So it's really good to see things are sort of happening very well in that department. So there may also be expanding of the bank balance. Be a little bit careful with Jupiter and Taurus here, because Jupiter is the expanding waistlines too, and Taurians do anything sitting in Taurus means that we have a sweet tooth, or we want sort of more comfort or richer foods. So just be careful. It's okay to have one piece of cake, don't have half the cake. And the same can be said, if you're having candy or sweets, just, a little bit. Portion control is the key here. You don't need to deprive yourself. You can have a little bit of everything, but just don't overdo it. We still have Pluto in Capricorn. He will be there until January 2024. So we're going to see a lot of things changing on the world stages at the moment. We're going to see a lot of things that are going to be sort of hurried or needing to be sorted out rather quickly. We're going to see a lot of things that have been hidden from us, things that have people, particularly in high places, that have done the wrong thing, whether it be in politics or whether it's in other areas of life. They're going to be exposed now as Pluto sort of brings about the transformation of big business, of governments, of things being hidden from us before he moves into Aquarius for his very long trek there. So just be aware there's going to be a lot of things happening thick and fast, and things coming out of the woodwork, and people that thought they got away with things of all of a sudden aren't going to get away with them, and they're going to be exposed and dealt with. Finally, we've got Neptune still sitting in Pisces, last few degrees there. So I'm looking at Neptune in Pisces now as being incredibly creative. Even though I know the writers are on strike, I'm sure they're having a really tough time with their mind flowing in 1,000 different directions, but maybe they're putting their creative energies to better uses, or maybe writing some songs or some poetry instead. We're going to find that out of this period of time, there's going to be some very creative new songs and plays and things like that that are being written that we'll all be able to share in time. So we're going to talk with Melissa now in Plymouth in Massachusetts. Are you there, Melissa?
Hello, yes, I'm
Hello.
here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Melissa?
Let's see, do I have a question? Whatever Spirit wants to tell me, I would like to hear. I don't have any particular question.
Okay. All right. First thing that they're sharing with me is that there's a massive amount of change coming up around you. Have you been working towards bringing about some changes in your life, bringing things to a close, ready to open up new doors? Because they're showing me as if you've really sort of worked hard on getting yourself to this point where I'm ready to sort of take this giant leap forward. Is that how you're feeling in your life, Melissa?
Yes, both physically as well as spiritually.
Good, because they were showing me that, it hadn't been an easy journey to get to this point, but you're now sort of like you're poised, ready to sort of springboard into some pretty amazing things. I know you said physically, and that's good, and I'm not going to dispute that, yes, you've worked hard on, to get yourself physically where you want to be in this life, but on a spiritual level, I still feel that you're questioning a little bit. You still seem to be sort of looking at things and saying, yes, I sort of believe, but I still have reservations. I still have questions. I'm going to say to you that's very, very healthy. I believe that we should always question things. We shouldn't just take something as being gospel because, somebody famous or somebody important said that's the only way it is. It's always got to come back to how it feels to you. And if it doesn't feel right to you, or you only want half of it or 3/4 of it, then that's okay, because that's all you need. And it's something that it doesn't matter who it is or what it is. If it doesn't sit right with you, if it doesn't feel comfortable in your tummy, then it's not for you. And that's the best words of advice I can give you, Melissa, as far as on spiritual things. Not everything suits every single person. We all have to come down to our own belief systems, our own truths, the things that we feel comfortable with. And, once you learn to do that, you'll find then your spiritual side of yourself starts to go ahead in leaps and bounds, because you're starting to trust in the process of Melissa's truth, of what Melissa believes in, what you stand for, what's right for you, but it may not be right for me, and that's okay. We don't want to all be the same. If the world was filled with people that were all the same, wouldn't it be boring? So that's how you have to look at it. I know that there's more enlightenment to come towards you, Melissa. They're showing me some very powerful sort of dreams. Now, it doesn't matter whether you're a dreamer or not. There will be 3 significant dreams over the next 6 months that you won't be able to miss. It'll be so lifelike in these dreams that you could almost get up and say, gee, I thought I just filmed that on my phone. It was so real. It was so vivid. Now, when those 3 significant dreams happen, and they will happen over a space of time, I want you as much as possible to write down the information that was in those dreams, even if it was obscure, even if it was, you've got a pink cat with a blue bow tie and you think, well, that's ridiculous. They don't happen in real life. Put that information down. Because there's symbols there that need to be analysed. You know what I mean? It's not always about something that we can relate to and then put it away. And these may be, in this particular dream, there might be 10 important points that don't relate to one issue. They might relate to 10 different areas of your life. But if you didn't record everything, you wouldn't know, and put down how you felt in the dream, whether you were happy, sad, excited, or whatever, at the cat I felt excited, but the next bit I felt frightened, or whatever the case may be, because these dreams are showing you that you are really, really tapping into your higher self. Whatever you believe in. Some people believe in spirit guides, other people don't, other people, there's no right or wrong. It's what your belief is. But this is your higher self showing you and sharing with you that you are really listening, you're paying attention, it might not make sense today, but it will in time, and then you've already got a head start on everything. So I think, well done, Melissa, just keep it up. You're really doing really, really well. So
I've been trying to, yes. I've been, speaking to my higher self and my angels and guides, and, asking for signs, being more open to everything. So yes, that absolutely makes sense. And I think when you said I was questioning something, I guess I was just questioning what my higher purpose is, and when I'm going to get those answers. But then you answered it right afterwards, so I will definitely keep a dream journal better than I have.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily keep a dream journal on every single dream that you remember. This will be like you've just filmed it and you're sitting there watching it back. it'll be that strong. And, you know, we all do things that we think is right. And I think, you know, most of us question what our purpose is. And I don't know that there's any one particular purpose. I think our purpose evolves and grows and changes with us and where our life takes us. But if you can learn to just trust, you know, go with your gut feeling. If your first reaction is, I don't like somebody, then that's your first reaction. Then you can sort of still be pleasant and polite, but be aware of that and think, well, hang on a minute, I didn't trust you when I first laid eyes on you. There's got to be a reason. So then you start to sort of build that up. It's psychic ability is like exercise or anything else we do. The more we practice, the better we get. So the more we believe in it and we follow that first gut feeling, the stronger it becomes. And, you know, it's not always about do we stay at the same level. I mean, when I first started reading many moons ago now, I started with ordinary playing cards. Now, look, I couldn't read a deck of ordinary playing cards today to save my life, because I never kept that skill up. So it's, you know, don't be hard on yourself if this week it's something and then 6 months' time it's something else and then you gravitate onto something else. Each is a stepping stone to where we are on our spiritual path, Melissa. And that's the important thing. I know you're doing very well, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. Okay, we're going to talk with Gwendolyn now in Amherst in Massachusetts. So it must be Massachusetts Day today. Wonderful. Hello to everyone in Massachusetts. Are you there, Gwendolyn?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yes, I do. See, my questions are all within my relationship and how I can find ways to better communicate. Should I be worried about that? Should I even?
I'm having trouble hearing you, sweetie. Can you talk into the actual phone or whatever you're talking on? You're
Hold on
fading
one
in.
second.
Yeah, so what's your question, sweetheart?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can now, sweetie. Yes, wonderful. What's your question, sweetie?
Hello?
Hello? What's your question,
Hello,
Gwendolyn?
can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sweetie. What's your question?
Hey. No, my question is mainly in my relationship. I'm trying to find better ways to communicate, or like, is this not the right relationship for me? Like, what should I be looking out for?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So your question's about your relationship. Sometimes relationships are the most tricky situations that I think we encounter as human beings. You know, we all have a different way of communicating. We all have a different way of expressing our emotions, and what might affect one person is water off the duck's back to someone else. What I feel in your relationship, Gwendolyn, is that maybe you're expecting a little bit too much. It's sort of like you're a very open, effervescent sort of person. You know, what you see is what you get. You know, if you've got a problem, you spit it out, you talk about it, you try and sort of find a resolution, you try and find a way of sorting through it, and being mindful of the other person's opinion and feelings and how they might be feeling or what their role in the situation is. But you're feeling as if your partner gives you nothing. It's sort of like you ask them what's wrong, they say nothing. You know, they're not giving you anything to work with. And that can be incredibly frustrating. It's not that I feel your partner doesn't love you or doesn't care for you or doesn't want to sort of try and resolve these imaginary things. And a lot of it is imagined. Barriers between the two of you. I think you're just two very, very different people. And I think what you need to do here is take the lead here a little bit, Gwendolyn. You know, you are the stronger one of the two. You are the one that can be decisive, that can make decisions, that can say, right, this is what we need to do. We need to put this into action and do this, this, and this, and this. And they're just sort of happy to fall in with that, to sort of follow your lead. And sometimes I feel that they feel very overwhelmed, that they can't match your strength, your ability to sort of problem solve, to think on your feet really quickly. And you have that ability where you can think very quickly on your feet and you can find solutions. Even if it's not the permanent solution, you've got a solution. You've got something to work with. You know, you don't sit there scratching your head saying, I don't know, I don't know. You always have some sort of angle that you can try and improve things. So I think you've just got to try and be a little bit more patient patient there. You know, love is one of those ambiguous sort of things. It grows, it stretches, it goes, it's up and down, and it sort of has all its different sort of cycles. But the most important thing to remember is why you fell in love with that person to begin with. It's usually a number of reasons, and some of those reasons are the things that we're trying to change, or things that we're saying, oh, I wish that was stronger or better, or they'd communicate more. But don't forget, that was part of the magic of why you fell in love with them to begin with. Not everybody's great with words. Not everybody's great with sharing their emotions or how they feel. And there's all different forms of communication, whether it be writing somebody a text message or an email, and even having a shouting match as a form of communication, not the one that I suggest as the first course of action. But what I'm saying is there's many, many forms of communication. I do think your relationship, Gwendolyn, is going to improve. Things are going to get better over the next few months, particularly from August onwards. I feel that you're going to get into a groove, into a rhythm where you're sort of really understanding each other better. But I feel that there's a new job on the horizon for your partner, and I feel that that's going to make them a lot happier in themselves, and that will flow on into the relationship. So that's where we're going to leave Gwendolyn in Massachusetts now. It's been Massachusetts Day, and I know there's a song about that, but I can't remember the name of it now, but it's a nice part of the world, I'm sure. So it's been an interesting week. As I said, that, you know, a lot of people reflecting back over, the Bee Gees, of course, Massachusetts. The producer's going to laugh in a minute when I talk about the song of the week, because it's been an interesting week as people need to reflect back over and sort of understand where we've come from, where we're going to, and how things are going to improve in our lives. So we've got opportunities now to make hay while the sun shines. Let's not waste it. And as I say, each week I leave you with a song, that something that comes into my head, or something that I hear and I think, well, that's a good song, we'll go with that, or it just happens to come to me as I'm preparing for the show. And interestingly enough, this week I picked a Bee Gees song, and that's why I said my producer's going to laugh. Here's me saying there was a song about Massachusetts and I couldn't remember who sang it. It was the Bee Gees, but I didn't pick that particular song, but we're pretty close. I picked How Deep Is Your Love, and the Bee Gees are one of Australia's greatest exports. You know, we're very proud of them here, and they live just up the road from where I live now, and you know, we're very proud of our Bee Gees here, even though there's only one brother remaining. And they wrote some of the most prolific, beautiful music from around the world, and I think there isn't a person on the planet that doesn't know a particular Bee Gees song, or been to the movies and seen a film that the Bee Gees wrote the musical score to. So I'm going to leave you with the song How Deep Is Your Love, and enjoy that, or enjoy Massachusetts by the Bee Gees. Until next week, bye for now.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Understanding Spirit. We're going to continue with our development for a few more weeks, and then I will be jumping into doing readings for all of you. Today, I'm going to talk to you about past lives. We're going to do a very quick meditation at the end to see if you get anything. You can have a play around with it, see if you see yourself, or if anything can make any sense to you. A lot of the traits that we have in our lives, in our current life, a lot of times do stem from past lives, and certainly even fears, phobias.